Uh, Captain, would you like to present a log at this time with what little information you have?
Sure, I'll give it a crack. Captain's log, stardate 60130. We recently encountered the Kawaxa and Aldmona fleet after what apparently looked like it devastating the Klingon fleet. We managed to beam as many aboard the Achilles and the Maymock as possible. Got it under tow, and then, from what our sensors picked up before our current predicament is, as what was described to me as a sinkhole filled in, and we were flung. I've ordered a staff meeting in a couple of hours' time. Hopefully then we'll have more answers. End log.
And so, our first, for the record, this mission is a 3-threat mission. Given that you are far and away from safe space.
Does the Admiral focus reset? Or are we still operating under the same one as last time?
You are without Admiral focus at this time. You're out of contact.
Ah, okay. So I don't even get one. Cool.
Everybody, give me fitness plus medicine, difficulty 2. Because the events of yesterday were kind of traumatic and you just barely got like maybe a few hours sleep and a bit of food before you had to come back for Alpha Shift.
What was the difficulty?
2.
And it was fitness medicine?
Yes.
Not a fan of those stats. How do you feel about taking a point of determination on a good warrior adapts to the unfamiliar?
I would take that.
All right. Because the benefits of starting with 2 determination because of constant presence. Makbara?
I'd take it.
1 momentum.
Morcob managed to weather the events of yesterday pretty alright. Klingon, not too shocked.
It was a good battle.
Yeah.
Do you want me to go next?
Sure.
Let's try some traits. Instead of me just rattling them off, GM, would you like to go through my traits? You'll have to scroll right.
Let's see. Tried and tested, I would take.
Thank you.
Difficulty of 1.
Would you allow the focus of mental prowess?
Yeah, because you have to keep up with a lot of fires at once. So keeping a track of everything would make your life easier. Would have made your life easier, rather.
I'll just roll the 2. It's a diff 1.
Just made it. You managed to keep your... you may be tired and a bit annoyed, but you're not feeling any medical issues.
Next. Trait of relentless.
Yep. I would take
Right.
that.
Trait of hoplite commander.
Yeah. I would take that. You have having a familiarity with the hoplite unit would have been Hazard team would have made life easy for you to kind of deal with the problems plaguing your ship.
When you say problems in that sense, do you mean the Klingons?
Yes.
All right,
I
take
can
Always.
just roll and
initiative.
see if I get any comps.
Listen, I imagine one of the first things we had to
I
do
do
was
not.
convince them we didn't just flee from a battle by taking them against their will. Because I imagine they were angry about that.
Yeah, they were pretty pissed about that. So
It's like-
get to their house of warriors of the ancient lineage. They kind of wanted to. They'd rather have died and gone to Silvercore than retreated from the field.
Oh, rough.
Yeah.
That's rough, buddy.
Yep. Shame. Survivor trait?
Yep. You've been through some harrowing things before. Why not another harrowing thing?
Yeah. With that being said, survival focus.
Yes.
I say that like it matters.
You've got a 1.
It's good to get into the habit so you don't forget to do it.
Yeah, we all do it.
Amazing.
We can just squash if you want.
I can take that.
Okay.
Hang on, I gotta reset all my things because I don't.
I'll take
I-
2
I-
threat. I have no particular reason to pick on
Aw.
you, even though you succeeded.
Dude, I just like the idea of all the angry Klingons and
Ooh, actually, I know what to do.
Oh.
You have the trait, sore throat, as you spend most of your time shouting your orders
Son
over the din
of
of
Is this temporary or?
it'll go away with time, but if you do any presence rolls, you'll be increased complication because it's one of those, your character should refrain from shouting, but it's one of those, yeah, but I have, like, can I go to work? Like, you can I do my job? Yeah, just don't shout. don't. It's like, okay, cool, great.
Okay.
Got painkillers? No, because then you won't be awake to do your job.
I failed.
Oh, Ven. At least
Goodbye,
it's not
cadet.
My cadet.
Let's try that again, shall we? Oh wait, I can just convert it. What am I doing? Can I? Yeah. 1, 2 stress to Ven. Like, that's lingering even after you slept. You have 2 stress, just of you're overworked, you're running around, then you
could do
kind of
it.
got some time to go to sleep, and then you woke up, and then you kind of had some coffee. Like, you're a little edgy, but you're not
Take it.
hurt or nothing.
Yeah, I'll take it.
You kind of have to.
Yes.
It's not an injury, it's just stress. In the room with you are for the briefing, of course, is some of the senior staff like Penn, Thralic, and Ryloff. But Moorcop is there partly as security, like as an additional security brief with Ryloff, but more it's his connection with House of Gitta. He can speak intelligently about the Maymok and how House of Gitta's warriors are dealing with the situation.
He's
Because
actively a liaison
that's what he's.
officer.
Huh?
He's actively a liaison officer.
Yeah, exactly. So he is the liaison officer. It's like, okay, cool. He's our in between. You have your a flight. Oops, I have a point of this. You have your flight ensign, engineering ensign, and a medical ensign. The relevant department heads are busy. Like they woke up and it's like we can't go to the meeting. We have to deal with this or that. Like, the pilot, definitely you don't want her to leave her post right now because you want her. She's currently trying to figure out how to solve the problem, and she needs to stay in astrometrics or on the bridge to help solve that.
We have 3 of 7 senior officers here.
And of course, Cadet Ven, because all the science officers kind of busy helping flight out with their current scenario. But Ven is, well, he's a star pupil. He knows what he's talking about. Science department trusts him. And he's good at taking notes, and the head of science doesn't have to go take notes at meetings, which is awesome.
Mm-hmm.
That's awesome for that.
I think Draymond just doesn't like meetings.
Hey, how'd you guess?
Sneaking
yes.
suspicion.
So I believe one of the questions before we got recording was, how far out are you?
Yes.
That would require a reason plus con difficulty of a number higher than 0.
Have to figure out the angle and the velocity of the ye we were just susceptible to.
Oh, this is probably going to be a me roll, isn't it?
It's going to be a
Yeah.
con roll for
Well,
sure.
it's clearly based on the air wing speed velocity of an unladen swallow.
You're in space. How does aerodynamics help here? And a bird would die in
It
space.
doesn't. It's just like the numbers weirdly line up for some reason. Nobody can figure out why.
Like, huh?
The
One
thing
of the
What a
mysteries
cool-
of the universe.
Yeah.
What a
we're
coincidence.
laden, though. We had an entire Klingon battle cruiser in tow.
Ah, right. So it would be a laden swallow.
Yeah, it's carrying a coconut.
Difficulty of reason con difficulty 3. Assisted by computers con. I don't know why I'm looking that up. I already know what the answer is.
Klingon or Romulan swallow?
Yes.
God, I hate
What's
when
the
it does that on
difference?
the back of the sheet. Starfleet Exploration Division decoration. I'm just going to copy and paste it because I hate when it gets off the line.
Ah.
Once per mission, the character may reduce the difficulty of a single science or con task to a minimum
Oh.
of 1. And I chose con, so I'd like to reduce my con task by 1, please.
Fair enough. Div 2.
Don't get choosy that often.
I've got a con of 3 if you want an assist.
If you want, like, I've got a con of 3, but I've got a reason of 11.
I've got a reason of 8.
If you wish to assist, by all means. Focus in mental prowess. I'm doing this probably less ship, just more brain.
I would take insight if you're using mental prowess.
I can still use insight. Lead by example.
Yep. You could have ordered the flight officer up here and tell her to do it, but you're like, no, I can do it.
Okay.
You keep doing what you're doing.
Well, with mental imaging, I get a free reroll because it's a reason task. So I'll spend the momentum. I did it.
I helped.
We did it.
Oh, if I didn't say a focus, but investigative techniques, I would assume.
Yes.
Which probably was partially trying to get data from the fucking Klingons. Your senses were working even if you weren't actually looking, please.
They do this thing passively. It just records.
Also, their entire bridge crew's gone from that vessel.
I mean, it's not like it would have helped.
I believe the Maymax crew is actually very good. Wait, don't we have a Starfleet liaison officer that's a scientist on that vessel?
Yes, Madsy Grill. She's the science officer at the actual competent scientist.
Oh, no, you do not. You do not. She is currently on board Till's ship.
Yeah, because the senior staff, the bridge crew got beamed off.
Yeah. Tragic.
Well, you certainly like that number, don't you?
Yeah.
Anything that Thralik, Morkop, Ven, or Ryloff wish to look into? Because that counted as Penn's pre-briefing homework. Like, he looked into that before he got here.
Have
Ryloff
we
helped a little bit, but that was like a side thing. He was kind of helping him a little bit.
have we looked into the actual status of the Klingon ship?
No one has compiled a formal report. You could do that.
I will do that.
Reason plus security. Difficulty of 2, since you are a Klingon officer, so this isn't terribly hard for you to do. You know what is normal aboard a Klingon vessel. Hell, you know what's normal aboard a House of Gitta vessel, which is weirder still.
So you've already taken trait Klingon into account.
Yep.
All right.
Would have been 3 otherwise.
I guess Starship Tactical Systems, even if you did allow it, would taint the results, right? It would be a certain perspective.
You could have used that. You could have used the bridge tactical systems to do a security evaluation. That would be reasonable.
All right, take a momentum.
Computer security.
And make sure I'm reporting the correct thing to you. I almost gave you the wrong info. That wouldn't have been very confusing for you.
Yeah, so 20 years up from the galactic Z-axis. Definitely not a short jaunt.
At least we could make it within our lifetimes, and we do not have to consider population mechanics.
To mention, sir, that the estimation given to Voyager was 70 years.
Well, if we have the kind of luck that Starfleet vessel had, then we should be back in a year or two.
I mean, we also don't have an unlimited supply of torpedoes.
More
Well,
importantly, this is.
I did hear that they were rather inventive in their torpedo manufacturing capabilities.
there's a bit of a bigger problem, though. In the case of a ship like Voyager, they were still flung to a generally densely populated region of the galaxy,
Precisely, Cadet. We are in empty space.
meaning that, well, the kind of resource trading that Voyager was able to engage in will be practically non-existent.
Well, so far as we know, this is empty space.
It is statistically more empty space from what I recall. Is that right, Cadet?
Is that right, Game Master?
Repeat the question to me, please.
Even though it's intergalactic, it's like intergalactic space, like the space between galaxies. Like there are still stars out here.
No stars, but there is matter. Like there's gases and stuff, but there are no intergalactic stars. That is like the definition of intergalactic space, is like that it is incredibly sparse.
Yeah.
You
would
might
at
get a rogue
best,
planetoid or something that had been flying out of galaxy, but
Yeah.
you're statistically
Even
incredibly unlikely.
I doubt a rogue planet. You might be able to see like a rogue star, but even that I doubt, because it would have to escape the gravitational pull of the galaxy to get out there.
Yeah. Things do that. Like astrophysics is an interest of mine. You can get things like that. They're just so rare that they might as well not exist, basically, in terms of the amount of volume.
Yeah,
Okay,
which means
about what
we
I
would
figured.
expect to never see one.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
As it stands, if I were a betting man, which I'm not, you're not supposed to bet when you're a cadet.
you're funny.
Supposed to.
We won't be encountering any stars until we reach the Milky Way, meaning, I don't know how we're going to keep ourselves alive until we get back.
Precisely. Engineering, what's our dilithium situation?
At present, we are looking at solutions to the problem that we are sitting on. The short answer is, without getting into the design limitations of the Achilles class, the dilithium matrix wouldn't last the 20-year journey. We would need to reconfigure our output and speed. And that's been the big challenge in engineering right now, is figuring out how, if we were to make that journey, how we would do it with the amount of dilithium we have, with the assumption that we're not going to find anything along the way. The good thing is the warp engine works. It's fine. Well, we have damage across all systems across the ship. Nothing's disabled or otherwise destroyed, but it has complicated basically every action we've been doing aboard, bypassing bulkheads, reconfiguring the computers, things like that, doing things manual. But we're trying to find solutions. We're also looking into possible ways we could try to do some patchwork or jury rig repairs en route. But we would need to. We need to have a meeting in engineering regarding what our specific focus is. But of course, the ensign looks around. But of course, I will pass on any orders to prioritize a particular field. We're still debating ourselves which one we want to focus on first.
Right. Side note, GM, I think that engineering meeting could actually be interesting once our engineer is here.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I have a report on the status of the Maymac. Their vessel is not going to be of any assistance to us. They're holding themselves together. Although I can summon a detachment of warriors if we need specialized assistance, but the Maymac itself is not going to be of any assistance.
the
Basically,
Klingon warriors who we brought on board the Achilles already.
Oh yeah, that is true, GM. We probably have the same number of Klingon warriors. Well, I take that back. No, the difference between the Klingons that you have on board this ship and the Klingon warriors that we would have access to on the Maymock is, if the GM would allow us, there are quality 4 Klingon warriors on that ship.
Otis personal guard, right?
Otis personal guard. Yeah, the Subgitolith, which is like the sword of Subgit or something like that in English. But like, I mean, they'd be like having more hoplites around. I don't know that we actually need them, but if we do, they're available.
They're
Well,
extra hands.
What you could use them for, I'll clarify that because I wasn't clear on that in the text. Was basically the Achilles can summon any of the departments, like an engineering detail, security detail, medical. The Maymok can summon. Normally, you can only get summon one of those details. It's presumed 2 to 4 people are here helping you, and they're a standing advantage. But because you have the Maymok's crew of specialists, you can pull them and say, "There's now a House of Gitta specialist team." They cost a little more because they're Klingon warriors, so their solutions to problems usually involve a knife or a disruptor at some point. So it kind of makes Starfleet's job a little harder. But hey, it's an extra advantage or multiple advantages in a scenario because you have a lot of people helping on the same problem.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna
Essentially,
Wow.
we've got extra manpower available.
You just don't have crew support from them. So any of their support characters can't really help you because they're either busy or they're hurt or they're not there because a lot of them got beamed out or were on other
Got it.
ships or what have you. Question I have for Cadet Ven: is there anything that Cadet Ven worked on before coming to the meeting?
Couple of things. Mainly back of the napkin, as anachronistic as that phrase is. Back of the napkin calculations regarding how long it'll be at their present traveling speed before we are able to get communications through.
I can tell you that I'll save you the roll, and you can roll something else if you want. But I can tell you that you can always send a message over subspace radio. It's just without a booster or a relay system. Even with the relay system, you're looking at actually with the relay system, it'd be pretty quick. Without one, you're looking at a significant amount of lag.
I remember on Voyagers, like they sent a message from the Delta Quadrant. It was like 10 years or 7 years
Yeah.
or something that message would take.
Now, thankfully, it's not quite that long, but you are looking at months, if not a year, before someone heard you. That's presuming the galactic barrier doesn't interfere. That's presuming the signal doesn't degrade in the emptiness of space or hit something that you can't see from this distance.
Okay, well, that's something he'll at least consider as an option. Right now,
actually,
it's something.
There's a roll there. Never mind.
I was gonna
The
say,
more
it's
I
something
talked about it.
Yeah, it's something he's considering as an option because even if it's months before Starfleet hears the message, like that
Even if it's a year, that's still a lot less time. Like there's a reason Voyager still sent that message, even though it would take that long.
Yeah,
We
like
have
that.
we have
In a year, Starfleet knows what happens to us, and they can start working to help.
We have a limited amount of time to try to resolve this before it's reasonable to take that step, though, because the difference between them receiving it in a year and a day and a year and 3 days is not.
Is it true?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, of course. But it's something to consider. Astrophysics focus.
Yeah.
That would be a weird thing to send the message, then solve this problem, and tell Starfleet in a year you're gonna hear that we're stuck out there, but we're not really stuck out there.
Well, that's why messages have the stardate attached.
Yeah. I'm going to spend, I think, just 1 extra die. Yeah.
I believe Voyager did actually outrace their own subspace message.
Unfortunate.
You keep doing this, Cadet.
Yep. So that was from Ryloff. What was your homework before showing up to the meeting? Aside from helping Pend.
Okay, so Morkop got a status on the Maymok, right? It was probably honestly establishing proper channels and all of that with the Klingons aboard the Achilles. And convincing them, not to not.
Presence plus command difficulty 3.
I love that. Just to convince him, just to not.
Can you not?
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
They were pretty upset.
Yeah. They're Klingons.
Yeah. That was the wrong thing that I opened. Let me right one. There we go. Now, okay. Presence command re.
Do you need an assist?
Maybe I don't have a focus for this.
I don't know if I can assist because I already did something.
You can assist, yeah, because that assisting doesn't take much of your time.
What is this? What's the?
Presence command. Although you're assisting, you could reasonably assist in some.
Do you want me to assist as well? Just threaten to go down there and start beating the shit out of Klingons until they comply.
There's like 2,000 more of them than there are of you.
Oh,
There are
hey,
not 2,000 warriors on the ship, I'm pretty sure.
I've got a advantage from I don't even fucking remember when. Not too long ago. The bonded with the Achilles security department. Because I imagine part of dealing with the Klingons is we've got to make concessions aboard the Achilles in terms of space. Like not like we can't access this area of the ship, but we've got to rearrange.
You could certainly burn that advantage at this point. Yep.
Yeah.
It would make sense.
I was like, this isn't exactly an ideal option, but yada yada yada. We'll give you.
That's why I was worried if you guys were going to go beyond your capacity or not. I'm like, oh no, please don't go beyond your capacity. That'll so screw you later.
Yeah. No. Oh my god, that is amazing. Okay.
I had a feeling Pend would just start spacing Klingons if it came to that.
Reasonably.
Do you want my assist as well?
Well, he needs your assist if he's going to succeed at all.
No, we've
Oh
passed
no,
it.
you've passed. So we can have a squash, or do you want an assist to try and gain some more?
What are our mission directives?
Get back home, get the ships repaired, get the Maymok back.
Stay alive.
This is establishing based cooperation between two different crew, or actually multiple different crews, because they're from different Klingon ships. Does that go towards the first mission directive there? Because it helps us get back home if we're working together, not against each other.
I would take that. Yep.
Okay.
Can we get those standing mission directives in chat?
You could.
No.
I should
Not
type
allowed,
them out.
forbidden. Okay, sure. 17, 18. No, lovely.
Well, still no
Keep you.
comp, so.
I don't keep you, son of a bitch. Oh well.
Be nice to your spent determination.
No.
There you go. So yeah. Ryloff, you kind of noticed that in your interactions, and Morcon's able to loop in with this a bit and give you a bit more of an insight. That the House of Gita guys, you get the feeling if the Klingons seem especially prickly or especially agitated, you realize that they're not actually mad at you for rescuing them. Like they understand that you did what you were supposed to do. You did your duty, and they respect that. But they're mad that they didn't die in battle. They're worried about the head of the house. They're worried about getting back to the fight. That they're all the way out here. So these are warriors who are very frustrated that they can't do what they're good at, and that's be warriors. Like that's what House of Gita is a warrior house, and they usually fight the problem away, and their ability seems a little blunted, so they're suffering some level of frustration, but they're honorable enough not to take it out on your crew. They might get angry or prickly about it or yelling, but they're not actually going to hit anybody.
Can I suggest a question?
Yeah.
You should try to look into if there's gonna be a rash of Hegbot or whatever it's called, because we've had that problem before after a lost battle.
What's that?
Ritual suicide.
Ritual suicide to cleanse dishonor.
If I can just address the Klingons on both the Achilles and the Maymok to maybe quash that bit. Which I'll probably
You
do after
motherfuckers
the
have
meeting.
your flagship
Yeah,
and you've got the glaive.
I can help. I could help Pin write a speech or something like that.
Oh, you don't have to write a speech, but I'll just open
Well,
to come
'cause
to them both.
You're gonna want to have a bit of Klingon culture and religion thrown in to sell it, right?
I mean, we've got the flagship and we've got the glaive. If those aren't two very fucking good reasons to stay alive and get back home, I don't know what else is.
Well, the last time this happened, we had both of those things too. I mean,
Yeah, but they weren't in danger. Right?
no, they were nearly destroyed though. You're right. This time they do have a reason to live, but
Yeah, that's something for
And I'm
after
not
the
saying
meeting.
it is a problem. I was suggesting you spend momentum to ask if it's a problem.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough.
Spending to see if that's a problem.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, hi.
So about 5% of the Klingons you know already have, due to terrible injury, they felt they did their job poorly, they felt they failed. Like, this is stuff that you couldn't really have stopped. It's just, with that big a loss, you were going to miss some of them. But another 20% beyond that are, you've looked into it, and there are people there's talk of certain people thinking about it, or they're not sure, and some clients are like, well, maybe we could still fight on. You're not injured, or people who are injured, but maybe they're not career-ending injured or warrior-ending injuries.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I'll sort that out after the meeting.
Actually, Throlic, you didn't have a role for yourself. Is there any particular homework you did?
I would like to look into the effects of our passing through the barrier.
Reason plus. Sorry?
I was going to ask what Throlic's specialty was before they went command.
I was security before I went command.
Okay. A lot of...
Yeah.
This is a very, very yellow shirt heavy crew.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
They're a recon. The Achilles is a recon and force vessel.
Mm-hmm. Reason medicine? I don't know if I can do this.
Though,
I think she might be curious, but entirely unqualified.
It's one of those things you throw at Ben.
This is one of those things that I throw at our doctor.
when she shows
gets
up,
here.
she is on the way.
Yeah.
I mean, Throlic could look at the Klingon problem.
It's just the Klingon problem.
I mean, it's not our crew committed suicide, is it?
Yeah, because that is my worst role, reason medicine or reason science. So I don't think it makes sense to actually look into it.
What else would you like to look into instead?
Good question.
I do those.
But, you know, as a thought, being a recon in force vessel probably means a lot of our crews getting along better with the Klingons than you'd expect from most Starfleet vessels.
Yeah, that's fair.
especially with the hoplites.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what maybe I could do with the hoplites. They've got. Was there other training again?
Do they have any? Are they mostly a tactical force, or do they have engineering abilities?
I believe they do have some.
They've got
Yeah,
hazard
they're
team
they're
capabilities.
yeah, they're a hazard team,
Yeah.
so they may be security focused, but they're also there. They're also the a catch-all emergency services unit.
Yeah.
If they could
So some engineering stuff.
transfer some of the wounded Klingons off the Maymok and transfer themselves over there to start doing repairs, that might help.
Yeah, honestly, I think something like that. Like, I'm gonna mobilize the hoplites and get them to start helping out on the Maymok.
I
Because
imagine
also, if I'm sending anyone over to the Maymok, it's going to the people who are under my direct command.
Yeah. I mean, we had the hoplites fighting alongside Subjuta at the Dusk Machine. I imagine we've still got some of those same hoplites around.
Oh,
Yeah.
Some of the veterans of that conflict. Yeah.
Is
Frolic
Thralic
was in command of them during that engagement.
I was
No, I
about
mean,
to
it just-
ask if Thralic is currently the commanding officer of the hoplites.
Yeah.
Okay.
I am. I still have the trait Hoplite Commander as well.
That's part of how she got the XO job. It's like, well, the hoplites are based off the Achilles, so
Yeah, it was a selling point. Presence Commander.
Makes sense to me. I mean, there's modern day examples like with aircraft carriers where you have a captain of the ship and then you also have a captain of an air group or something.
Yeah, exactly. It is kind of like that. We haven't had much cause to actually use them. We've used them like twice, and one of them was just deploying them away from the ship as an advantage for someone else. But focus in strategy and tactics. You have to regroup and solidify your current position before you can venture forth into the unknown again.
I would take that. Yeah.
All right. I will use my trait Hoplite Commander.
Yep. Brings down difficulty to 2.
Okay. And I'll spend for a third die momentum. 3. All right.
Yeah, so you have the hoplites over there. What this has done, what you will learn by the following day, is that although the Klingon vessel is damaged, is as damaged as you are, if it came into a fleet engagement, you would have 2 pips, they would have 2 pips. Just out of sheer, like you have. Some people got some medical aid.
If someone wants to get into a fleet engagement with us, I invite them to try.
Yeah. So yeah, that is what. So after all those rolls are done, be advised, due to the damage that the ships have suffered, the ship has suffered. Sorry, all systems aboard the ship are rather any task that uses a system that's damaged, which is basically all of them, is increased in difficulty by 2. The difficulty to repair these things can be repaired, but it takes time to repair them. Like that homework was just the first day rush of everyone was pushing together. You're working through the night and all that stuff, and then you got your answers. But it's like, okay, now that the rush is over, it's a new day. It's the morning.
Well,
The reality is you're missing huge chunks of the ship. Things that were on fire have stopped burning. People are hurt and they need bed rest.
Time to send Zeph did it because he can repair breaches.
Yeah, honestly.
I think the general order at the moment would be. I wouldn't even say repairs on the first day. It would be get a full assessment of what needs repairing and we've that's just from engineering.
Well, what they can tell you for now, what your engineering officer can tell you is that all systems fixing a breach either requires specialized damage control abilities, and that's limited because, as you said, there's someone who can do that, but that only helps so much. But they can try to fix different systems temporarily, make bypasses to work around the damaged systems to get rid of that difficulty increase. That is generally the difficulty you're looking at is around 3, with complications depending what you're trying to do, for how long, that sort of thing. But they can do bypasses. They just that damage report was what kind of consumed the midnight hours, was just figuring out what was wrong, what was broken.
Is that the damage control task, or is that something else? Because I don't know if they're the same thing or not.
Damage control task, you could order a group to do something and go fix that, try to fix that, or you can go down there yourself and try to fix it.
Okay.
Or lead a team to fix it, I should say. Or just do it yourself. Actually, that is a thing a person could do theoretically.
I have a question. If we do invoke like damage control teams or something, and we send a character down there to lead it, are they making rolls using their engineering or their command? Because they're not fixing it themselves.
That's the thing is, if he does a damage control roll and spend a 3 momentum, he can fix breaches.
Like he'll actually fix the breach instead of doing a bypass. He can actually fix parts of the ship.
Yeah.
But if you are deploying a team, that's the difference. If you're deploying a team to go do something, then it's for damage control, it's presence engineering. If you're actually doing the work yourself, like you're taking the wrench in your hands and doing it, then it's control or daring, depending on how you're repairing it. But it's still an engineering role, because you still need to tell the damage control team, do this first, then that, then that. Like you need to know what to direct them to do.
Daring engineering is better than presence command for markup.
So, would you say that the fact that we've got all these breaches, we have done like a full cataloguing of what has happened, what we need, what's damaged, and everything?
Currently, yes.
Correct.
The information, you know all systems are damaged. You do know that your crew support of the Achilles is still active. You haven't lost. You don't have enough injuries aboard to have lost crew support. Your shuttles are still there. Yeah. Those are things that happened overnight while you guys were sleeping. Like other support characters and off-screen NPCs were looking into those things, going like, okay, how badly damaged are we? That's why engineering's kind of at a loss, because like they need to have that meeting. And go, okay, what the heck are we focusing on? Because everything's broken. So, and fix everything is not a sound strategy for an engineering team, because then you do everything slowly.
Honestly, from where I'm sitting, I'd probably have the focus for repairs on sensors, so we can try and get a better understanding of where we are, if there's a residual like path of what sent us here we could possibly go back through, like just get a better understanding of what's around us, basically.
It is hard to do recon if we're blind.
Precisely. After that, we can just work on producing all of them bit by bit, but I think the primary one would be sensors, so we can at least plan correctly after that.
The engineering engine takes down the note.
Well, that's just my suggestion. If anyone else has got anything else.
Oh no, I agree. I'd say that and structure.
Yeah, I also agree. I think our structure is not at immediate risk right now.
No, but
Honestly.
Structure is nice to not have holes in.
True.
Plus, the more of the structure is fixed, the more access of the ship we have.
Exactly.
Yeah. And I can see the argument for structure, but I think we should do sensors first.
Sensors
probably,
first,
and then
but like structure after that is what I'm suggesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that. Go.
So yeah, so that would, I think that is the suggestion that would be given to the engineering staff.
Okay, the engineer takes that note down.
Also, if we can see that's both internal and external sensors, which will help.
Yeah,
With
because your sensors, the sensor system reflects both internal, external.
so that'll
Am
help
I
with
saying
being
that?
able to track.
I'm pretty sure that's how that works. Like 99% sure. No, I'm looking.
I mean, it depends because sometimes you roll
Sensor security.
for
Yep,
internal
it is
sensors.
sensors. If you're scanning inward, it's sensor security.
Yeah. So, or for engineering purposes, I assume it would be engineering, but yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Or medical. What's the state of the crew? Well, do a sensors medicine scan.
But so until we get sensors fixed up, I believe efforts would be best focused on making sure we deal with as many injuries as possible, keeping discipline in check, and trying to come up with ways to increase our time getting, or decrease our time getting back.
I think I'm going to disable that Imperial spy drone.
What, so we can just have another holodeck?
Yes. One, it's space. Two, we got flung out this far. Whenever the Telshiar goes through and intercepts the Starfleet report and decrypts it and finds out where we went and how, they'll be like, "Oh, the drone was probably destroyed when they were flung 20 years away."
Pend or Thralic, give me insight command difficulty 2. I just realized something that your characters might have noticed about the report.
Insight command 15 and focus in observation.
14, and I'll assist.
Why do I feel like I just said something? That is.
I won't assist.
Never mind. I'll shut up.
Determination, Thralic.
I could. I kind of do want to know this. Also, that's a comp.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
You know what I'm surprised by at the moment? We haven't
Huh?
gone up or down in threat.
It is interesting. Yeah. Does this have anything to do with our mission directives, Jam?
Yeah.
All right. So spend for the applicable one.
Sure.
There we go. Much better.
Nah, I won't assist. It's anybody well underhand.
There's something that the engineering editor didn't spell it out, but it sort of dawns on you the more you think about it that there's an extra problem. And you now know about it. Although you do not have injuries aboard your ship to reduce your crew support is effectively one less because your engine system is damaged. So that means somebody is constantly trying to generate power to keep the ship from bleeding itself dry.
Ah.
That's something the ensign forgot to tell you because he's an ensign and he's used to talking to engineers who know that.
So. Capacity for power generation is at risk. We should prioritize making sure that our engines and reactor systems are in good working condition. Right now, there's nothing else keeping us alive out here.
Maybe putting them as secondary after the sensors, or do you recommend putting them primary?
I think we should probably restore power And then after that, we can get started on the sensors.
So I believe constant activity regarding the power manifolds and the warp core leads to more potential for a mistake. And a mistake with the warp core is likely one of the last things we want right now.
Understood. Ensign, change priority to engines, please.
Aye, sir.
Like I said, apart from keeping discipline and helping out with any injuries aboard either vessel, I would ask that any members aboard the ship who can help coming up with theories of how to improve our situation be put to use.
Would you like to make a general announcement to that regard, or should I communicate to the heads of different departments and our civilian oversight committee?
I'd ask you to do that. I've currently got to reach out to the Klingons to make sure we don't have any more incidents.
Understood.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Oh no.
Anyone else got anything to put forward before everyone is dismissed?
No, sir.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, cadet.
I think he said no, sir.
No, he said
He
yes,
said
sir.
yes. He said yes, sir. So one of the officers looked at him. Oh, go ahead then.
Didn't Penn just say dismissed?
No.
No.
Oh.
No.
He asked if there was anything else that people
Oh,
had to report.
never. So no, sir.
I know you're tired, cadet, but pay attention.
Yeah. Boldly going where no one's ever gone before was on the list of things for Starfleet, but I don't think this is what they meant.
Yes, let's just boldly go back.
For flight, sir, if the engineering department is doing its repairs, it is likely that if they're gonna do a bit of miracle work down there, we're gonna have to kill the engines and come to a complete stop. 'Cause I doubt we can do it while while we're on the move.
Understood. Get Sister to work with Alan and engineering to coordinate that.
Nods. Medical speaks up and says, at some point, the chief medical officer wishes to meet with all the senior staff to evaluate, given the crisis. But
Yeah.
she'll call you because, frankly, we're swamped constantly. The Klingon medical staff is helping, and the medical officer nods at Morkop, but it's a lot of people, and we don't have the normal level of facilities. We're not a medical ship, so we're basically using what we can, and neither is the Maymok. So we're both making do with what we have to try to treat this many people.
Once they get that holodeck shut down, we could run a emergency medical program in there for space.
I'll bring that to the doctor.
Also, if you need to draw from other departments that have medical training until we've got everything back under control, I don't see that being an issue.
Penn, you may sacrifice an additional support, crew support, to basically to reflect other departments losing some of their manpower to help out medical.
Yeah, that's fair. I'd rather keep things under control.
Hmm.
vehicles,
goes
the
half
person
the
takes that
security
time. Yeah. Minus the hazard team because they're over on the Maymok.
Well, we sent over specifically engineering ones for that, didn't we? Or mostly.
Well, hazard team are kind of that. They'd have like multiple focuses, like a focus in a
Yeah.
security focus, engineering focus, a
You're
medical
right,
focus.
yeah.
Well, if there's nothing else, I would suggest everyone gets to what they can, and please report back any findings for if it's dire, or just take notes for the next meeting. Dismissed.
Aye, sir. Officers start
Hi, Captain.
filing out.
I need to go talk to a bunch of Klingons to not kill themselves.
Good luck with that, sir. We'll just have just overheard that.
Actually, that's a question. Are we even aware that the glaive's on the Maymark? I think that was we talked about it last week, and I was like, yes.
More cop is. More cop
Yeah.
100% is.
So
More cop
if he's
us,
working with pens
you
to
know.
help them not, help have the Klingons not continue doing what they're doing, then yeah, okay, you've got both the flagship and the glaive as.
Well, it depends if more cop tips his hand that's where it is.
What's where it is?
The glaive.
Yeah,
Oh,
because you would have learned about it.
Even? Oh, like the Klingons on the ship have told me.
Yeah, they would, because you would have asked to report your status, this, that, and the other, and one of the things they would have reported, as important as the engine works, the weapons work, this guy's alive, that guy's alive, the glaive is secure,
At this point, the Maymok is as structurally sound as the Achilles, right?
Yeah.
Or it's not.
Yep, it's the same level. It's damaged, so it has the same level of problem as you do, but it's no worse off. Its main problem was just being laden with injured, but that's been alleviated somewhat.
I think Morcop would tell like the commanding officer of the Subgithaleth, like, that's your job, like, to the death, defend that thing.
Yep.
I don't think Morcop can suggest handing that over to Starfleet.
No, that's not what we're talking about. Is if we know it's there or not, as in if Starfleet knows it's there.
Oh.
That's why it's a question of whether or not Morcop does reveal that, because he might not.
He does have favors with Rylov.
Also, we are your allies. We are trying to get you back.
Yeah, but you don't give him did you give Morcop the command codes to the ship?
Yeah, it's not a fancy sword. It is literally like the thing that allows you to rule House Subgita.
Which none of us want.
No one hears it going on.
And if I asked any of Oda's challengers, they would also probably say that if I was willing to give it to them.
And for Rylov to spend the favor, he'd have to know what he's asking a favor for. He'd have to ask for it.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if it would just be like he's paying it back on his own terms kind of thing.
No, it's something you have to actively pay in.
Unless it becomes an issue, like there's an explosion, we're not confident the Maymok's going to make it or not, Markov's not going to bring up the glaive.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Oh, I'll put it the other way, Rylov. If he chose to tell you, he could say, this is me paying you back a favor. It's like, oh, okay.
Oh.
But Morcop would have to approach you and say that to you.
You're a Romulan.
Yeah.
You do sneaky things.
But he is a Romulan, at least from Morcop's point of view, he is a Romulan who is a good warrior. He is an honorable warrior for a Romulan, but he's an honorable warrior.
I've let you go off and do Klingon things that interfere with your duties several times.
But that all said, do Ven, Morcop, or Thralic stay in the conference room for any particular reason, or did they head off to different parts of the ship? Better question: where is everyone going? Let me put it that way.
Oh yeah, no. Thralic will have been heading out.
I'm deactivating that damn drone. If it was even active in the first place, I don't know if they turned it on. We'll find out.
I guess is Moorcop's normal place to help Ryloth, or do y'all need me to do something else?
Well, Ryloth is a planet in Star Wars.
Subdue's a liaison at the moment.
Yeah, that's like the most
Probably
important
assisting Pend with having the warriors not
All right,
offing themselves.
I will be where Pind is.
Where's Penn going?
He can probably do his stuff from this room. Just
Yep.
to the console to the slides to the north.
Okay, so you're staying.
thing. Probably. Unless you want me to continue working on the communications problem, I'm probably gonna go down to engineering and pitch in. Unless anyone has something more pressing.
Seems fine.
Don't break anything.
Yeah.
Or do, you know.
Break something.
Who wants to graduate anyway?
Dare you.
Well, at the rate I'm going, I'm not going to graduate for another 20 years. So,
You could graduate in abstention.
God, I'm going to be Harry. I'm going to be Harry Kim.
Except
No,
not
you'd
even
actually get
an
promoted
ensign.
to ensign. Eventually, you'd get a field promotion.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
So, Ven, you're heading down to engineering, is my understanding.
Yeah.
These two are staying here. Ryloff, where are you going in particular? To the bridge? To an airlock?
Space yourself.
Yeah, no,
No,
the
space and
holodeck.
Klingons. What was that, Ryloff? Sorry?
The holodeck
Holodeck? Okay.
for that probe drone thing.
And where's Thralic going?
Harlock is going to her quarters to coordinate with the different heads of staff and the civilian oversight people to just be like, to basically relay pen stuff where it's like, okay, people who can help out with X things, please land over here. People who can help out with Y things over here. You know?
Not to question your command style, but why from your quarters?
Because it's paperwork.
Ah.
Um
Oh, hey.
this isn't going to meetings, this is just like writing a lot on pads and
Filling
terminals,
out
I
the
think.
forms.
And it's like, I need a quiet space where everyone will leave me alone. Your office? No. People bug me at my office.
Exactly. Exactly.
Now, professors at university, don't take your work home with you. How else will I ever get it done?
Yeah.
Rix Arla. All right. So we will cut down to engineering. New scene. We'll be back up to see how Team Save Lives is doing. Probably should grab Ven's token before I go down there.
Merlin, you can't crawl out of engineering, you're needed in engineering.
Fine, I'll crawl back into engineering.
You're staying down there, boy.
No, get back, get.
Get.
So who's gonna tell my husband I'm not gonna be home tonight?
Oh, don't worry. He's not going home either.
Yeah, everyone is
yeah.
working.
And you
Yeah.
can do that. You've got communications throughout the ship. Just press the button, say, I'm stuck here, and that's it. Done.
Say I'm
So-
stuck.
Lieutenant Arlen, be advised, this is a 3-threat game. Firstly. Secondly, there is the bit in the log that kind of sums up what's happened so far. They just had a meeting. Your character wasn't able to attend because your character is buried up to their neck in work because look at the Achilles character sheet. And you can see
give
how
me
much work you have.
One moment to actually read the log.
Yep.
Da-da-da-da-da. Oh, fun! We're in intergalactic space. That's lovely.
Yeah.
And you are mean.
Yeah, approximately 20 years away from where we need to be.
Corbinian, have I mentioned that you're mean? This
Thank
is
you.
mean. This is mean amount of work.
Oh, it gets better. At least one of your crew support's being eaten up by people attending to your engines because you're bleeding power all the time. So there's basically a whole dedicated chunk of the engineering team that's just round the clock doing nothing but power generation to keep your power supply up.
Okay, so that's probably
So
going to be my first priority. Captain,
actually,
if
that
you
is
have any-
something. You get a report from your engineering ensign who went up to the meeting. That is initially the senior staff had suggested that your primary focus was going to be on repairing sensors, but then they revised that for focusing on engines because they realized that the ensign had forgotten to mention that you were bleeding power because he figured they just knew that. So yeah, that is something that is being carried down. Cadet Ben steps into your very busy engine room as you are speaking with the various subdivision heads within engineering as you're trying to figure out how you're going to solve the problem ahead of you. Oh, by the way, Lieutenant Arlen, I forgot to. This is something you need to do. Fitness medicine difficulty 2, because at the end of the last episode, as you may recall, the ship was flung rather violently from its last known position. That was not good for the ship. It also wasn't good for the people on the ship. And even the main characters who managed not to get injured per se still had to basically spent the rest of the whole day running around trying to fix everything, figure out what's wrong, who's injured, who's not. Are the Klingons okay? Get the Klingons over there. And just
who's on first, what's on second? I don't know.
constant work. And now it's like this episode starts on the following morning. You've had maybe a couple hours of sleep, you maybe saw your partner for like a minute and then you have to go. So this is some minutes rolls to see.
I didn't even get sleep. I've been hyped up on stims trying to get this thing repaired.
Yeah, so you're looking at fitness medicine difficulty 2 to reflect to see how stressed out you are in the new day.
I will take a momentum, and I don't have a focus, and it doesn't matter.
Why does everyone have a medicine of 1?
Because you're not a medical ship, apparently.
I have a 2.
You have
We
a
have a
person
doc-
for that.
Well, I was gonna say we have a person for that.
Yeah. I'm definitely gonna get a medicine
I'm
too at
doing
some
that
point.
well.
You are doing that well.
You're currently suffering from 3 stress.
Oh, it could be worse.
Oh, sorry. I gave someone else stress as well. I should revise that. That's not stress, that's fatigue. So your maximum stress is reduced by that amount. So that doesn't go away with scenes. It goes away with rest. Like actual bed rest for a full 8-hour sleep cycle or
Okay,
a
how
full
many
rest cycle.
rectigenos would it take to get rid of that?
Your heart would explode.
Okay,
Like this is just because this is a combination of sleep deprivation and just mental fatigue. Like you're a biological machine that needs, even Denobuans need downtime away from work. It can't be working all the time.
Okay. In that case, Ace, I want to adjust my crew schedule and give us longer shifts, but also longer downtime, kind of like 12 on, 12 off, to kind of keep the workflow up, but also give people time to recover in between shifts.
Presence medicine difficulty 2.
Basically, you're having everybody pull double shift.
Yep.
Because also you have to adjust for the fact that some aliens have different sleep cycles and rest cycles. So certain people or some aliens don't work very well on too much rest. So it's a matter of balancing that out in a way that's helpful to everybody.
I have a medicine of 1. Never mind. Let's do 1 momentum, 2 threat.
Okay. Yep, you're able to make sure you're able to look after your crew a bit, and it will be any complications. The advantage you've created basically is that I am now heavily dissuaded from creating complications of someone being tired because you've taken steps to make sure that they're not.
Mhm.
So you've kind of gotten ahead of me.
Yep, and with that also rotating tasks, that way people don't get mental fatigue. Making sure that people have time to step away from a problem and work on something else.
And I'll reduce your fatigue by 1 because you've also you know that you're gonna get your rest periods in a certain amount of time, so you have less to worry about.
Okay.
So you have 2 fatigue instead of 3.
As for that, I need to work on the engines.
But
What is
as you're
that?
about to start that, Cadet Ven steps into your engineering bay.
Sir,
Cadet Ven.
I'm here to offer what assistance I can. As you can probably figure, most of the science department is being retasked to assist with relevant engineering problems.
Well, right now, we seem to have sprung a leak in our EPS as conduit. We need to figure out where it is.
All right.
Yep, I am to systems. All right, so can I just manually look over the EPS system just from engineering, kind of see what direction the problem is in?
So you stride off to check one of the consoles. And these guys are the team that are just parked on the warp core, constantly watching it. You're looking at the EPS system. At current, you're sitting at 8 of 10 power. For the day, that's where they've stabilized it. Last you've checked. The difficulty to try to perform a bypass around the relevant systems that are bleeding out plasma or just draining or just some like not necessarily into the ship because people would notice a plasma fire pretty quickly, but stuff bleeding out into space or to some compartment where no one knows that that's happening. It's like, oh, well, that's one way to be wasting power. We should probably do something about that. You are looking. This doesn't fix the breach; it just bypasses it, so you're not suffering the engine problem anymore.
Mm-hmm.
That is.
So it's not anything exotic or anything with the core itself. It's literally just the EPS system sprung leaks all over the place.
Yeah, well, yeah, you're damaged across the entire ship. So you have hull breaches, bits of weaponry aren't working, bits of the computer are drawing power when they shouldn't be. But you've determined that the primary problem is that there's just a lot of breaks in the EPS grid, and thankfully this is a Starfleet vessel, so it has a lot of fail safes. So the ship didn't just lose power the second that happened. But that's still bleeding out. It's still bleeding power that into it. You're basically heating up a bunch of rooms on the ship or blowing fire out into space, and it's doing nothing for you.
Okay. So, bypass.
Before we jump straight to bypass,
Mm-hmm.
Zephyr's repair team leader, does he have to lead for that to kick in?
Yes, it's in the name.
So maybe Zeph do something and Alan assist, so we can just fix breaches, not bypass them?
That's an idea. Let's send Zeph in on this, and I'll organize behind him.
All right. I can roll for Zeft.
And
Okay.
where do you need me, sir?
Repair team leader.
It just says if you succeed.
at the damage control task.
Yeah.
It's a task roll, so he has to lead. That was the key. The keywords, whether it's task, assist, etc. That's the
But
part
yeah,
I care about.
that's why I was specifically asking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Zeft is getting ready to lead a team. Arlen's getting ready to go along. Ben's asking, "What do you want me to do?"
I'm kind of at a loss. How familiar are you with EPS systems?
I've done the I've done the necessary background courses on electroplasma conduit systems. Again, I haven't taken any of the advanced courses on it, mind you, but
Can you help me find leaks?
yeah, that's entirely
Okay, you find leaks. I'll prioritize them. Zeph, if you get in there, Aaron, and fix it with your teams. Sound good?
Gotcha.
great. Calibrating my tricorder to detect plasma outputs of 0.5 nanobars.
Just send them the smallest.
Jesus
versions,
Christ, you
secondary
really have
stuff.
purpled the entire ship.
I told you.
So purple.
So you've gotten to a part of the ship where you believe one of the major leaks, or where a cluster of the leaks are, and you get the feeling that if you're able to get this part of it down, the rest should be okay. Like this is the everything else will be easier once this bigger fire is kind of put out, so to speak.
Okay.
All right. So what's the role here?
Well, I'm about to determine who's sitting in the Jeffries tube at the moment. I'm just trying to get you a Jeffries tube graphic here.
Got it.
Because I don't have to
And
color that. Jeffries tubes are
with how
Jeffries tubes.
Ven is assisting, and could he possibly assist with science, since he's literally just scanning? Or
Good. Well, that's why we're determining whether or not he's in there with him or he's out in the hall. There we go. That's what I was looking for right there.
Yeah, because they've got me basically walking around with the the carbon
Tricord.
monoxide. They're having me walk around with the carbon monoxide detector, as it were.
I can't.
We're just turning Ven into the canary.
Yeah, I'm the canary in the coal mine. Oh no.
oh, he's on fire. Found another one.
Okay. Haha! Did the way I wanted to do it. Yay. Haha. Okay, those doors are a little bigger than that, but whatever. It works. So yeah.
I mean, if I can't use science, it's okay. My engineering score is still 3.
Well, let's just let him set up first.
Let's figure out who's on fire.
Yeah, he's playing with the pretty colours.
There we go. So, hey, presentation matters. So you guys know from your scans in engineering that the primary fire is in loss is in this particular junction. You're somewhere along the outer edge of the hull. So this Jeffries tube, there is like a buffer between that tube and the vacuum of space. The problem is that this fire is like some of it's bleeding into the ship, and these two doors have shut to kind of contain the fire from spreading out to the rest of the ship. But there is a lot of heat that's just bleeding out into outer space, and it's just that a lot of power is just being wasted. But the automated systems that from engineering aren't enough to get that to shut off. There's a manual issue that's preventing the fires from just preventing it from just going out. Now, if you were just bypassing, you could just do that from engineering. But Zeft and his team, which by the way, there's a team of people, I imagine you're grabbing with you. Do you wish to spend a moment? This isn't. It's the same.
Sir, if I may offer a suggestion, given
Yes,
the
Ben?
place, given the placement of the fires to the exterior hull of the ship, we might be able to, as I said, lock off the corridor, and then bleed the corridor's atmosphere into space. That would put out the fire.
Would that work on plasma fire?
No.
Nope.
It specifically worked in that one episode where they did just that.
Yeah,
thing
with
with-
Jordy.
With Jordy, where they vented the
doctor.
shuttle, and they vented the
Yeah.
shuttle bay.
But that doesn't. That puts out the fire, but it doesn't fix the problem because now you still have a massive gap in your power line system.
Mm.
Yeah,
'Cause
that was an explosion of like containers that burst into flame, not like an active EPS conduit, which
Or
would be a different thing.
I think it wasn't a plasma fire. It was just a
No,
Okay.
it was
Fire.
a plasma fire, but it was like the things in the cargo bay caught fire. Not there was a plasma conduit that was leaking.
right different. Yeah.
Okay.
It's
Because
not an
that
active
wouldn't be
force.
put out. As soon as you like brought oxygen back, it would catch on fire again.
Yeah, like you could, like that is a way to put out the fire, but that would be a way to work in there without a fire in your face. You'd vacuum it and then put on EVA suits, and then try to work on it that way. But you'd be
But
working.
then we get the
in-
complication of working in zero gravity, and that increases comp and diff.
well,
Zero
in
gravity.
EVA suits, not in zero G. You wouldn't have to turn off the gravity plates,
Ah,
in theory. Plus, you're in a
So,
Jeffries
well-
tube. There's not a whole lot of places to go.
Yeah.
As for work bees, you could head to the shuttle bay and get in work bees. You'd probably want them to get them to stop the ship though, because otherwise, if you get out in the work bee, wee.
Is the ship moving?
Yeah, it's underway. They haven't been told to stop. They're on course back to friendly space unless they're told to stop.
why are we underway when we're
I thought our
springing leaks like
engines
this?
were. I thought our engines were not doing so hot right now, and we were trying to conserve energy. For some reason.
No, I mean the engines aren't doing hot, but they can still do warp. I mean, flight has maintained speed back home. No one's gone up to the bridge to talk to the flight officer.
All right. Well, first things first. Can I give Zeph my engineering team
You
advantage?
You certainly can. I have a token for them. There. Boop. So way too big. Way too big. There we go. A little big, so we indicate they're a team.
It was supplemented by the Klingons.
Do you want to call in for Klingon assistance?
No, because the Klingon solution would be either throw bodies in there or shoot it with something.
Hey, they have decent engineers.
So
Actually, they're pretty good engineers, surprisingly.
I mean, yeah, we have quality 4 engineers.
I mean, I don't think we're that
Um,
desperate just yet, but it's up to.
Yeah, we're not that desperate, and also I think the Klingons have their own problems on the Maymok.
They do.
They do, but
Okay,
that is
day.
from an update from the meeting that you weren't there for, but your ensign would have told you. That is an extra advantage because the Maymok is a fairly robust ship and crew. They can't give any support, like they can't give crew support. But if you spend resources, you can summon a team of Sugita warriors to help you with something. They can be a team. They can be a detail like any other. It's like warriors, science warriors, medical corps warriors, engineering warriors, and they can be used on top of an existing detail that you have because you're pulling people from Sugita's ship to help you. You don't have to. I'm just saying they're a resource you can pull on, and that's the cost is. I think what was it? I think it's like 1 and 2.
1 and 2.
So they do cost to
All right.
use.
I'm not that desperate yet. What's the difficulty of this task? Let's line this up.
Well, that's the question I'm about to ask. So if Zeph's going in, you want Zeph to go in there with his team to try to repair this, right? And then you're doing. So that's the question of whether Ven's in there with him, or you're in there with him, or someone's in the opposite end of the corridor. Because there's only so much space for people to work.
I'll be in the
Opposite
opposite end of the. I'll be in the opposite end of the corridor, or monitoring and helping directly.
And is Ven
Van
helping
sitting on
scan
the
from
couches with the tricorder.
just
Yeah.
leaning on one of the couches? You could be scanning from out there, or you could be in here.
I mean, does it change the role at all?
There's a complication increase because you might accidentally scan something in between you and the corridor, and the Jeffries tube. But it's not any harder. You might just sense something you didn't want to sense.
Um,
I think I'll work my scans from out here. Thank you.
I just had another idea. How busy is the medical department? Could they spare a med team just to stand by, just in case?
If you
One
want
of
a
us
med
gets-
team, here, you'll have to spend either one momentum or one crew support for someone to be pulled away. But be advised,
one-
medical team is pretty swamped. But they can't, for the amount of momentum you're spending, you're probably grabbing like, hey, anyone in engineering who has medical, stay here for a second. I need you to help me in case medical things happen.
Yeah, just one momentum. Just set that up in case one of us, catches plasma in the face.
Okay, so you have a.
I want Ven to be the one to catch plasma in the face, being outside on the couch.
Yeah.
I don't think you get to have a
fucking
face
wall
anymore, though.
The freaking wall explodes behind me. Oh, jeez.
Now this is the additional question. If you wanted to work on it from the inside, because this is the way to do it while the ship's underway. But if you bring the ship to a stop, you can take the work bees outside and try to do it from that angle. That does add the zero G problem because you are manipulating a shuttle and doing repairs. Because work bee is a very simple structure to help a person go out into space.
Would it be more difficult if we evacuate the room and do this in EVA suits?
It adds to your complication because you're bulked. You have a bit more bulk to you, but it's not. It's not more difficult. It's more complicated, and the complication could be something like being exposed to vacuum. But on the plus side, you don't have to worry about being burned. So,
Which do you
Depends-
like less, being set on fire or being exposed to vacuum?
yeah, both.
All
Neither
right.
of those are good. I'll be.
Neither of
I-
those are good.
I would think the standard procedure would be the exposing to vacuum and then doing the repair.
That would be standard issue. Well, standard issue is to pull into dock.
Well, I mean, I assume there's also standard procedure when that's not an option.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, let's do this as safe as possible. Let's evacuate the corridor.
I presume you're all putting on EVA suits.
Please.
So you want to evacuate air from this region, do you? Well, that's nice. So that'd be normally difficulty 2 up to difficulty 4, assisted by structure plus engineering.
I could do that.
It's complication increase as well when I do this to you. Nope, just difficulty. That's good.
Emergency repairs as a focus.
Not for. You're basically changing air.
Starfleet protocols for changing air
Yes.
pressure.
Yes. How to do this safely.
Let's do one momentum, 2 threat.
The 2-threat eye.
Excuse me, baby. Hold together.
and the fire is squelched for now. No charge. I won't charge you guys for the Eva suits.
Just remember, we have time to go and get them from an airlock.
Yeah.
And it's required for this task now.
Detecting plasma fires, sir. You hear from the corridor outside.
Probably over the radio.
Yep.
Unless,
All right.
sorry, I'll correct myself. I'm sorry. Are you vacuuming this Jeffrey's tube or this entire section?
Let's evacuate the entire section and have the medical support just outside in like an airlock.
Be elsewhere.
Oh, so you're not in the vacuum
or-
area either.
Well, I guess then I'd be in a. Oh yeah, no. So I would be in a Eva suit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He just
Yeah.
put medical just outside.
Got it.
All right, let's do this.
Cool.
All right, cadet.
Right.
What do you want us to do? You're the
Let's
damage
get in and
control
start-
expert here.
Yeah.
Do you want to go in ahead of us, or do you want us to go in ahead of you?
I'll lead the way here.
And everyone just kind of bulkily makes way for you, and some of them help push you along to help you through because you're a bunch of people in Eva suits inside of a confined space. Give me fitness plus con difficulty 1. Just moving around in an Eva suit's a little annoying, and you're trying to not waste time with this.
2 momentum.
2
This is a
momentum?
10. Sorry. Buying 2 dice with momentum. There. That one. I left out words. One of them
Right.
hit.
Yeah, you generate a momentum. You don't. You're able to crawl in there with relative speed. The poor cadet trying to remember the exact safety protocols when moving through into Jeffrey's tube with a possible fire inches from his face.
Mm-hmm.
Detail such following after you. All right. And you see some of your details starting to bring along some parts, and they start unpacking some of it. You see some people getting their tools ready.
All right, Jacobs. Right over there looks like we've got a blown out conduit sleeve and just going into specific details on what parts and where and everything.
All right. You are looking at daring. Actually, you know what? I take that back. You guys are being very control heavy on this. You're taking all these precautions. You're taking extra steps. This is a control task. Control engineering, difficulty of 3. Zept is the main roller as the repair team lead. Other people can, of course, assist.
All right.
I'll assist.
Focus in power systems.
Yes.
Does the team reduce?
The team is making this possible, I would say.
And then I'm going to spend 1 momentum for cautious.
I'll correct myself. They're making it possible to be done in a quick amount of time. You could do this a slow way. It would just, it'd be safer, but they'd be here all day. And you probably want them to do more than just this.
Yeah.
I presume.
Rerolling that 1.
Oh, and what's your control?
Yeah, 'cause
It's
you roll
one
fitness
higher.
there. Oh, there you go.
Oops. Yeah.
That
14
first one
wouldn't
would
have
have
been the
hit.
difference. Oh,
Well,
14
no,
would have.
14 would have
14,
hit. So
14 would have hit, so yeah.
Yep.
Don't need to make a reroll. Wouldn't have needed to make the reroll.
And now we need to
5.
spend three momentum to heal that breach.
What
Yep.
was Ven assisting?
Yep. Reason science if you wanted.
Sure.
Complication increase of 1.
1.
Okay, so we're spending 3 for 1, and I think that's repeatable.
Stand by.
Yeah, it's repeatable.
Do we want to?
I mean, how many
Yes.
breaches are there?
3.
3.
Yeah.
Three
So let's just get
on
rid of
every system.
just
Yeah.
get rid of 2 of them now.
As you guys make very quick work of repair, Zeph is able to direct the damage control team to try to find bits to get the shit. I mean, it's not pretty. No one's gonna be impressed back at the Utopia Planitia, but hey, that's a hole. That's duranium separating us from space. That's a power conduit. I don't care. It's not standard issue. Shut up. It works.
Good enough for contract work.
It'll work for now. We can get it pretty later.
We'll have time.
We'll have
God,
time.
we'll have time.
That is true. And just as you're getting to that last bit of repair, you're just about done. You've done it in record time. Something goes wrong for poor Zeft.
Oh.
No.
No.
At first, he's gonna kill me.
Not 20 years.
Ooh.
You have 20 years on her. Unfortunately,
worry.
she's a long-lived species, so that's a problem.
Exactly. She'll be around still. And Efrix is spiteful.
I'm gonna die.
Yep.
Yeah, Grennan's gonna have to be like holding her back.
It's a lot of
Um,
threat, GM.
Put that back. GM, put that back.
Brendan can
Nope.
hold a
So-
wet paper bag.
How did you get all that threat? Where'd that come from?
Besides,
it was not from any Klingons, I can assure you that.
and besides,
no
Efrix would
Klingons
just
were
have to
involved.
ask for her nicely. And the Grin couldn't do
I
shit.
don't know about that.
Wow, that's a lot of threat.
Oh, shoot.
Bye, Zeph.
Oh, that's how that works. I understand that.
He's creating a damage.
Yep. He's creating a hazard.
Wait. If that's what I spent. 3. What was I at before? 18, 20? I forget now.
You're at 22.
You're
I
at
spent 10 threat.
22.
Okay, yeah, I knew I was short. There we go. I did my numbers wrong. I was like, wait a minute. da 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 da. Ah.
What the shit are you doing?
What are you doing?
What?
That 18 threat?
Are you just insta-killing a support character?
I'm gonna say, like, what?
Bye, Zeph. Oh, area. Oh, bye, Ben. Multiple areas.
Bye, Arlen.
It's hitting Ben and Arlen.
So
As
that's
you're
only
working,
one.
you're getting engine bits going, and then all of a sudden you hear rumble, 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 rumble. Zeft, just on instinct, knows, just starts pushing the detail and says, out, 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 out. And Arlen, there's a second of, what's that noise? And then you realize, oh God, the deck above you is collapsing. You need to be
Oh,
not in this
shit.
tube.
Not in
Unfortunately,
this tube.
that realization happened. The situation kind of, you were repairing the engine's part, but the structure is still fairly damaged, so bad things happened.
You see, this is why I suggested structure.
Well,
I
we
mean,
can only
structure
fix
was
one thing at a
definitely in our
time.
top 3.
Yeah,
I will
structure
s-
is in the top 3.
And you did fix the engine bit. I'm not taking that away from you. You did succeed at that. I'm just picking on you with structure is all.
Looks like structure's second then.
Yeah. Also, Captain, maybe we want to stop moving.
Nah.
Well,
Oh my god.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
And-
8, 9, 10.
Jesus Christ.
To
9
all,
because we're
to
EVA
all-
suits.
and that's to all of you, because it starts collapsing out here as well into the outer compartment. Like the whole deck's just
Oh, yeah.
crumpling.
No.
So
EVA
EVA
suits
suits
do
have
give
resistance
one
1.
resistance. Congratulations.
Is
It's
it lethal
nine.
or is it lethal or non-lethal?
I didn't spend to make it lethal. It's non-lethal.
I don't think that matters for me. I'm gonna take 2 injuries out of that.
You don't have
Um,
9 stress?
I don't because
What kind of weak shit are you?
I would have it if I wasn't fatigued.
Is this
Can I use
Zeph?
that on everyone or just me?
Haven't. Wait. Oh, is he taking that 2 stress for the entire session?
Yeah, it's fatigue. His max
Oh.
HP, his max stress is reduced.
Yeah.
Arlen, that's just you.
Then I think Zeft is in that 5-minute category, ain't he?
No, Zeph's only taken one.
Zeph will be taking 1. Yeah.
Jeff's taking 1 injury.
Oh, I thought he was saying he was taking 2.
Then.
No, Ven is
Vin.
the other
Oh,
cadet.
I thought Vin was outside the thing. Oh.
No.
Because
Oh,
Vin
he
is
is.
in the
He's
Vin is in the 5-minute category.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's hilarious that the
All right.
people in the tube are less injured than the guy who was just on a couch going, ah!
Yeah, because
Yeah, pretty
everyone
soon.
else was
They
an
keep
engineer
you
that
safe.
knew what was about to
well,
happen.
it's because the wall that I'm sitting in front of literally just collapses on top of me.
Yeah.
Like,
Wow, this
Okay.
room got a lot shorter all of a sudden.
GM,
Yeah.
about this metal. Oh, it makes it. It takes the injury down to half. Is that before or after resistance? Because I have resistance 1 for being an EVA suit.
It halves the damage before it gets to you.
So it goes to
Okay.
5.
Goes to 5 minus. Okay, so I'm still up. Don't take an injury.
Just barely. Ah! Scramble, scramble, scramble. Actually, probably more like scramble, scramble, scramble.
The
Yep.
EVA suit takes a fucking hit, but
Mhm.
Do we need
Um,
to
is Zeph-
activate a specialist to help Vin?
Because I was gonna say, that's 2 injuries, so that's lethal.
Okay.
Zen is.
How's Zeph? We still haven't resolved Zeph.
Yeah, we have. Zeph has taken 1 injury.
Okay.
Is he
Which-
avoiding?
Are
or is
you
he
gonna
going
stay
out?
up?
That's 8 stress that I'm at.
Well, if you don't
I
stay
have
up, you'll
2
probably
remaining.
die. Because you have no way to get out of the area.
Doesn't tense make it more costly to avoid?
It does.
Yep.
Yeah.
It
So
makes
it's 7 in threat to avoid the injury.
Yeah, I don't think 7 is worth it.
No, yeah, but I think it's like Zeft dies or you spend
This-
the threat.
this
because
isn't lethal.
No, this is
no,
not
but the
lethal.
area is collapsing.
No, it has collapsed.
Oh, okay.
Nothing
Yeah,
says it couldn't
before-
get worse. I do have 4 threat left.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. You're guaranteed not to lose the character if you spend it. You might lose the character if you don't.
No, you're not. You could definitely lose it.
That is not a good logic
That's
there, bud.
blatantly false.
I'm glad someone here has faith in me, Winchester.
I may have said it wrong. What I'm saying is you're guaranteed not to lose the character if you spin the threat, right? It's a non-lethal injury.
It is a
if he-
non-lethal injury.
If
yes.
he walks out of the tube, he's not gonna die.
You hope.
That is not a guarantee you can make. Because
I
then
mean, I
you're
don't-
walking around with 2 remaining stress and having already avoided
For the
and
rest
just
of the
given the
scene,
GM
don't worry
7.
about it.
threat.
He just spent how much? 18? You can give him
Yeah,
7. You can give him a
Cornelius
little treat for it.
doesn't
Treat.
rarely does that kind of thing.
Oh. Oh.
So is Zeph unconscious?
Honestly, keep Zift up just to spite Ven.
To be fair, my
Trying to think of
recommendations at the
character
moment
reasoning.
are Zeph is definitely getting higher promotion than Ven.
Mhm.
Poor guy. He did his job.
Zeph does more though.
No, I think aside from any mechanical arguments here, I do think being the repair team leader here, he is going to try and stay up.
Yeah, it's 7
He'll help the
threat.
team.
So
So yeah,
7 to me.
Yeah.
Oof.
Crunch, Arlen. You just kind of scramble backward. You can hear your boot straining, and you get an alarm. Structural integrity compromised, and you yank your foot before your foot's just crunched, and then you're able to breathe in your suit. Your face is kind of, there's mist in front of you for every second because you're breathing a little too heavily, and holy crap, you're not dead. And your little you have a little indicator on your arm computer for the Eva suit. You have lost contact with the entire engineering detail. Cadet Zeft's biosigns are still making, like, they look erratic. Actually, what am I doing? Reason medicine difficulty 2. To see how, if you know how badly hurt everyone is.
I'll be right back. Please don't let me die.
No
Take a
promises.
threat.
Hey. Oh, you gave me a threat, I assume?
Yep.
Yep. You are able to determine that Zeft is pretty stressed out, but his suit held, and he kind of braced himself in such a way that he didn't lose his helmet wasn't compromised. Ven, unfortunately, was not so lucky. His helmet cracked open. He sucked vacuum.
Okay,
I'll let you
that's
percolate
fine.
on that. I'll be right back. Hold on.
Oh well, we can always get a new cadet.
no, we can't. We're 20 years away.
We've got civilians on the ship.
Yeah, I am honestly like taking into consideration with all the cadets of who's doing the most over the last couple of, or since we've got them. And honestly, Zeph is pretty much at the top of the ranking.
Yeah. Yeah. Honestly, I don't think Zeft is the star cadet.
I think he is.
Yeah.
And as Ven isn't here, when we do get to that, I'm going to enjoy just calling him Zeph the Star Cadet.
Question is, does he also get to be the star engineer? Does he get to show up who player character?
I mean, we already prefer him over the current one.
Oof.
Oof.
Honestly,
It's unfortunate that our command ensign has done nothing at all.
I've been trying to find things to do.
No, our command ensign has successfully thrown Van underneath the bus.
That's true.
I think medical's done one or two things. Has security done anything?
What?
Who's
The
the
security?
Oh yeah,
The Vulcan?
the Vulcan.
No, she hasn't, because her focuses are absolutely ridiculous.
What are her focuses?
Ben made her.
Her focuses are Sosmana, so martial arts, music, ship lockdown procedures, and athletics is recent.
Music?
Music.
That's a finishing focus if you've already got someone rounded out, not
Yes.
not a starting one.
Yes, it is.
Plus, she's built as like a hand-to-hand fighter.
But she doesn't have martial arts or anything as a focus.
She does.
She does.
Sosmana is a martial arts focus.
Oh.
But yeah, like, I'm half tempted to use the command one as a like a note taker or like a gopher for the command staff, just to try and get some use out of her. Because as it stands, it's just not getting used.
Yeah, actually, whenever we go back to me, we could I could activate her, or like.
Remember, we've got fairly limited crew support right now.
Oh yeah, that's true. Actually, probably don't want to do it right now. Maybe once we've got things back in order.
Well, I mean, luckily,
Hopefully,
yeah,
yeah.
like Sala and the transport chiefed up doesn't cost anything, so that's always a help. Yeah, we've got 2 crew supports, and who effectively would we use? Maybe a medical person?
Maybe.
So what, like Cadet Colbeck or the specialist or the counselor? But apart from that,
Yeah.
probably Yolan, depending on what he does.
Yolen's
he's-
astrophysicist.
That could be helpful.
I feel like that's like once we've got the ship repaired type beat though. 'Cause it's like
Yeah.
we really just need to get the ship repaired. I'm not convinced we should be moving.
I'm kind of surprised we are moving with the condition we're in.
Yeah.
But I was too busy making sure the ship doesn't explode as we're moving to protest.
Or the fact that he just went here.
I'm surprised you
It's fine.
would protest Mr. Redline everything. You would have just suggested redlining the engines to get us home faster.
We have to make sure the engines don't explode before we redline them.
Yeah, they have to do it after.
Yeah. Otherwise, there's just too many complications.
The red lines cause complications.
Exactly. So you need to eliminate all complications beforehand before you redline.
Just no.
I can hear that aneurysm building.
Yeah, at the moment, the complication that needs to be eliminated is named Arlen.
That's why we've got Zeph.
Yeah, Zeph
He's
is
not
literally
a
the
killer.
anti-Arlen.
But no, even if we would have gone structure first, I'm pretty sure he would have pulled something
Oh,
the
he would have
exact
done
same
something
with
else
engine.
He would have done
entirely.
something.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. If we
Structure
tried
is
to
just the
repair structure,
convenient
they're just-
excuse.
Yeah, if
Yeah.
we tried to repair structure first, it would have been the plasma fire that got us.
Exactly.
Yep. So, yeah, we would have been screwed either way. I think in getting power up, so we can have power to actually do repairs.
Yeah,
Well,
he would have forced us to drop out. For not repairing the engines, he would have forced us to drop out of warp, and the inertial dampeners would have failed, and we all would have gotten flattened.
Yeah,
At
no.
least it wasn't one of our torpedoes detonating.
Yeah, I think, but yeah, no, I'm solidly like, I think we should drop out of warp and just like hang in space until we can get repairs done, because that's what you'd normally do for repairs, unless you're actually being chased.
Yeah, and taking us to a full stop for 12 hours so we can... Actually, probably not 12 hours, probably a week. And then taking a
Like,
20-year journey is probably best.
yeah. How do you feel about that, Pend?
I'd be happy with that. It's just a case of as nothing was going wrong at the time, it was, are these things solvable and keep going? Sure. But yeah, if we've just had a deck collapse, it's like, alright, stop. Let's fucking focus on this job first.
And like that'll also allow us to like work these out, work on things externally, because I feel like structure is going to need us to stop because we're going to have to do stuff externally. You
But
know?
yeah, but like I said, the deck collapse kind of gives us the perfect excuse for that as well.
Mm-hmm.
Well, first thing... Well... Yeah, my first concern right now is getting Zeph and Van out.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, but yeah. Immediate concerns save lives.
Yeah, like because how I'm thinking of this is like we come to a stop, we collect ourselves and like uh kind of turtle up almost, you know, we just like figure everything out,
It may
fix
be
everything
it may
before we
be
start then scanning things and repairing our computers and repairing our weapons and everything.
it may be intergalactic space, but is there anything nearby?
No, we
We
don't know
don't know,
because
and
we've not
also our
scanned.
sensors are damaged. Like we are
Okay.
flying almost blind here.
Which was why
Doesn't seem
sensors
like a
was
good
the
idea.
priority before we switched it to engines.
Right, but I'm saying just like if we don't fly at all, then you know we can deal with being blind better if we're not actively racing at warp.
I can't wait to run into like the Eltamona ship that also got flown out here or flung out here.
Yeah. Oh. We know we're faster than them. And we've apparently been going at warp for like a day and a half, so it would actually probably take them a while to catch up to us if they're out there.
We'll find out.
If he returns.
Or an opinion. Never gonna happen.
Well, we can always blame this on the Klingons.
That's true.
That's the usual solution.
I am back. Sorry about that.
Blame it on the Klingons and he turns up.
So, I left that in. Hell with it. I'll deal with it later. So last we left off, Arlen had succeeded at a task to figure out if anyone was dead, and Zeft is. Oh, that's what it was. Zeft was the one who was having who managed to shield himself and maneuver himself in such a way to preserve his suit integrity, so he didn't pass out. Ben was not so lucky. He kind of got caught unawares, and his suits got compromised just enough for the vacuum to be his suit to be breached, and he's sucking vacuum. So he is on the brink of death. The engineering detail has the same problem. Is basically crushed. Their suits got compromised, so they're on death's door as well.
Right.
Okay, so I want to tag the people who are sucking vacuum and call in emergency transport.
I'll bring up the engineer.
Okay, so
And he doesn't cost
Chief.
support, Katal.
Yeah.
I'll enter transporter room 1 and 5 for emergency beam out.
all right, so reason plus engineering. Let's figure out the base first off.
Oh, it starts with
probably-
two determinations, doesn't it?
So base will be 2, reduced to 1 because he's in that room. They're not on a pad. They're not going to a pad. And plus 2 because a damage system is assisting him. Because the system that's assisting him
Sensors.
Sensors plus engineering.
Oh, okay.
I'd say give the GM.
Yeah, I've got plenty up to sort that out. So I'm going to give you 2 to reduce the difficulty of the task by, I think it's 1 or 2. 2 threat. Reduce the difficulty of the task by 2.
Oh,
Transporter chief.
I am wrong.
It's a nifty talent.
May I assist by pointing out the location of the soon-to-be bodies?
Presence plus engineering.
Okay.
Because you're kind of the guy on the ground going, "Hey, I'll tell you what I know," and try to help out with your beam out.
I'm going to spend his one of his determinations.
To what value?
Moving things is my job.
Is that literally a value?
Yes, it's value.
His value is basically I pick things up and put them down.
Sure.
Such a stupid value.
I pick things up and put
Value.
them down.
I'll
Other
spend
people, I look into the future. The stars are out there. Moving things is my job.
I'm spending 1 and 1 for a third die.
Jesus Christ.
I move things.
Reroll.
I am a simple sort.
So that's currently 6, and now for the Achilles.
He's from the
It's also
Austrian
actually
side
like,
of
a 70-year-old.
Focus in emergency repairs or Starfleet protocols.
Starfleet protocols I'd take.
Does meticulous kick in for the starship roll?
It says you may negate 1 complication generated from the roll.
So is that yes?
When you're completing a task, you get a complication generated from the roll. Yep.
Then we'll just squash that comp from meticulous.
Nice.
As good at his job. To move things.
You're not gonna want to do that.
What, to squash the
Because-
comp?
Oh, time.
Read the rest of it.
Yes.
Oh, it's a timed thing.
He would take 1 more interval, which Ben does not have. Nor does the detail. If we take any extra time, they are dead.
Oh, if that's
They
if
break.
that's the case. So it's diff 3 at the moment, and we're at what 6, 7. So we'll spend to squash and gain 2 momentum.
Normally that would work. I just pointed out, I was like, oh, you could do that.
Yeah.
It would work. You'd just be beaming a bunch of dead bodies.
Yeah, let's say we had multiple ways to get around it, and I was just
Yeah. Oh, I never thought about meticulous doing that.
Her
That's
job
neat.
is to get things from here to there, not to get them there alive.
hey,
So-
I move things.
Yeah, she moves
Corpses
things,
are
not people.
Corpses
Hold on.
are things.
Could I use Borneo or Warp Core on this roll, or do I have to be the primary for that?
That's a good question, friend.
When they suffer a complication on a task,
Pulling up
roll the
later.
challenge
On a
dice.
task? On a task usually means you have to be
When they suffer a complication from a task, whole thing. Yeah, and I will have to say you're not the one suffering from it.
Okay.
If it was
So
on like
I-
your assist roll, yeah.
Yeah, if it was your dice or you were the main, then it would have applied. But you're just a voice calling out instructions.
wash.
But yeah. So
Yeah, we
these
always
people,
Sorry,
spend
spent.
the
These people are beamed away. For the preservation of the characters, we have to rapidly go over to the medical bay. Doctor's not available.
Probably Cadet Colbeck.
Doctor on our way.
Doctor's somewhere else attending to something. This player is not present, so the doctor is not either.
Yeah. So, Ven, would you like to save yourself with Colbeck?
Sure. When attempting, When attempting the control medicine task to heal injury-related complications, reduce the difficulty by 1 to a difficulty of to a minimum of 1. Awesome.
It's as if I chose him on purpose.
Now then.
Big Klingon.
That's representing those rooms being taken up by mass casualties. One room basically being taken up by the injured who just beamed in as well.
Am I right that it's a trope for Vin to get injured and be in here constantly?
You know what? Now that you mention it,
Yes.
Yeah. Or just the
Feel like-
player in general.
I feel like every episode I've seen, he has spent time in the med bay, injured.
Now, here's the problem for Kobuk. He can treat Ven, but there is the issue of the engineering team that's injured dying on the table while they're working. So if you want to be able to work on them later, you need to put them to stasis. Or you need multiple medical people trying to treat
Alright.
them as well.
Can activate the specialist if we need another support.
We're running low. Could he just like spend his determination to get an extraction?
No.
Wait, I'm thinking. I might have an idea. Could Kobuk? Hang on. Let me finish here. Could Kobuk spend momentum to get the because you have to spend momentum for the opportunity cost, I think. To put Ven in stasis and then focus on the engineering team.
He could do that, yep. That is a thing he could do.
I was going to say determination to get the triage talent.
Well, the triage talent doesn't let you treat multiple people; it lets you examine multiple people, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
I'll double check
Yeah.
though.
No,
I think that's the thing that catches people is that it's for
Yeah.
determining condition.
Yeah, because it sounds like something that'd be good for treating multiple people, but it's really limited. Like, triage sounds nicer than it is.
So the second thing is I need to look up because stasis pod, I believe it is momentum, but it's also escalation, like it's opportunity and escalation.
Yeah, the only reason why I'd be against activating another medical officer is because we've got Kavar coming at some stage, and that means we'd have two. Like I said, I don't want to over.
Well, yeah,
Go
I
on
was suggesting it as if it was the difference between in the narrative characters dying or not.
As long as we just gotta keep talking until Efrix shows up.
I could just end the scene and kill your character if you're gonna do that.
I
to
know.
me.
No, I know.
Don't cheese me.
I am entirely joking.
In the 5-minute category, he doesn't even have to end the scene.
That's true.
No, I'm entirely joking.
Plus,
I mean, it looks like 5 minutes have passed already. So no. Opportunity 1, escalation 2 is what a stasis unit costs.
yeah.
Okay, yeah. I'm going to do that. So take 2 threat. I'm going to spend my momentum for a 3rd die. What is the difficulty of this?
Okay, to treat these guys.
Plus, if people die, it would be on Penn's head, so.
Oh, it is daring plus medicine. First aid.
That's right.
174.
Oh no.
Oh yes.
Oh no, my difficulty increase doesn't come into play. Because it's not control.
Injury.
Well, there's only so much I can do.
Oh no, it is control medicine. There's good. That's a good fact.
Ooh, okay.
Because you're not doing first aid in the field, you're doing surgery in the med bay. Control medicine, difficulty of 4, assisted by computers plus medicine.
Is that with the difficulty increase?
Yes.
Or decrease?
No decrease yet. Where's the decrease coming from?
Healing hands. When you attempt the control medicine task to heal injury-related complications, reduce the difficulty by 1 to a minimum of 1.
Okay.
Specifically what he's good at. Okay. Spending that momentum for a 3rd die, because
Do you want more?
I'm rocking a 15 with a focus of emergency medicine. I have a reroll.
You have an amazing habit of buying too few dice and then whipping.
2 threat, GM.
This is where he overkills it now?
Yeah.
But at least
He's
he'll
making
be
comments
generating.
always. Yeah.
Okay, there's the...
So we're getting
Okay.
One down.
Thor the popsicle.
Thaw the popsicle. Uh-oh.
It's harder because you were a popsicle.
Oh,
Yeah, because you stasis him and then brought him back out of stasis. So there's a few seconds lost on either end of that process.
And is that the ship as well?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
Typically still diff 3 because healing hands still helps here.
Yeah.
Take 1 threat to momentum.
Whoopsie. There we go. I got it.
I will play that.
Man, where did I put my phone? Must be upstairs. Oh well.
I'll wait and see what... Okay. You know what? I'm gonna fish. There we go. That's 2 momentum.
We flash back to the corridor. Oh, Zeph was beamed out of there.
Yes.
Oh,
He
never
was?
mind. Didn't you beam him out with everyone else? Or did you leave him in there?
If that was possible, oh yes. If
The order
that would have
was...
met.
Get everyone out.
Yeah, the order was emergency beam for this area, which is designated.
But yeah, he definitely would have been beamed out.
Don't leave the cadet
Right.
trapped in the rubble.
Yeah.
Right,
This is
medical.
Med Bay to Lieutenant Arlen.
Arlen here.
Be advised, your all patients have been stabilized currently. Are you injured?
I'm fine. I managed to dodge out of the way.
Acknowledged. Med Bay out.
Arlen Bridge.
And then we cut to the bridge where none of the main characters are there. Lieutenant Shreer here.
I need to bring the ship to a full stop.
Why would that be, sir?
Our structures is compromised, and we need to do a full stop to make full repairs and to prevent any other injuries.
Are we under yellow alert there, Arlen? Because otherwise, that needs to go through Commander Thralic, unless someone's in imminent danger. I'm in no rush to slow this boat down.
I just had a section hall collapse on an engineering team.
I think her point is there's a chain of command for a reason.
You can try to persuade her to agree with you, because the thing is, you're the same rank, so she can disagree with you and go, well, I'm not doing that. I don't agree with you. I think I should be doing it this way. But you can try to do command, presence command, or con to try to sell her on that. Actually, you know what? I'll have her roll against you. This is a rare time where a fellow crewman is rolling against you. Opposed.
And luckily, she has constant presence, so she doesn't cost squat.
Well, this doesn't count as an activation. This is me using her as an obstacle. The alternative is you don't have to roll against her at all. You could call up to the captain or commander and just go over her head and get them to order her to stop, and then she can't say no. But you're the same rank. She can tell you no if she disagrees with you.
What would be the more appropriate protocols? Me just calling a hard stop, or let's do the change of command. Now that I said that.
Okay. Who are you trying to call?
Thralic first.
Okay. One moment. Of course you called the person who's in a room. I'm fine. Actually, screw it. I'm not doing that.
A dastardly plan.
Thralic, you. Last we checked. Actually, I know what to do. I know where to pull us. New scene if I haven't called for it already. Now that we don't have dying people. Thralic is buried in paperwork at the moment. And then
Better than being buried in the hull.
a little cold.
She's an Andorian?
Yeah.
So you were trying to get some paperwork sorted, as I recall correctly, yeah?
Yeah.
So 1d6 for luck. Wait, no, wrong game.
Wait. Hold on.
Control plus command. Difficulty of 4, assisted by computers, plus command.
Just to say, do you want to call on Vasan?
Yeah. Yeah, sure.
So another cadet's been activated, GM.
Department command?
It is, yes.
There you go.
We were talking about it to try and get her some more usage. She's basically going to be our administrative gopher between the senior staff.
That's really what red shirts. Cadets
Yeah.
are and ensigns are either pilots or administrators.
Gophers.
But yeah, but it's one of those things. She barely gets activated at any stage, so it's like we've got to try and give her something to do.
Control command. In dynamics here, because I'm trying to reshuffle people from both our civilian departments and our different, both our civilian complement and our different departments to optimize this workflow under weird conditions.
Sure.
Right.
I love how I was trying to kill Zeph and I nearly killed Ven.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't worry, we're all highly amused by that as well.
Jesus.
God.
Oh my damn it. Really?
I'm going to spend 1 momentum and 2 threat. 4 dice. Oops. I didn't roll on the right sheet, at least. Uh, huh.
For Vasant, would you allow daring command? The fact that she's like moving around stuff to be helpful?
I don't see that's very daring. I see it as control.
Let's have a go.
What about fitness command?
Fitness command, if she's literally running the messages, yeah.
It's not better in any way, shape, or form. Focus in logistics.
Yeah, totally. Man, Zep's doing really good work. Thrall's just sitting
The
around
ship.
twiddling her thumbs.
Yeah, and the ship is.
There we go.
All right.
So yeah, you're able to square people away, and you have now created an advantage that will counter me trying to create administrative issues. Like, people now know where they're supposed to go. There's areas that they're working in. There's a science lab that got taken out. It's like, fine, just for the projects that aren't vital, I'm sorry, you're just gonna have to wait. But the ones that are vital, use Lab 2, use Holodeck B, use Ensign so-and-so's quarters. I hear he has a lab in there. No, I
Don't
don't
worry,
care. It's
he
not
has
standard
actually
issue.
run everything past me. It's weird, but it works.
Yeah. And Bizon's helping you is helping you go through this and helping you just get to more people quickly. In the middle of all that, you get your comm badge beeps at you.
Garlic.
This is Arlen. I'm on Hive right now. We just had a structural collapse in the sector.
Are you able to determine cause, and are there injuries?
There are some injuries there. I just got done talking to Medbay. Apparently, they are stabilized. But I advise that we take the ship to a full stop until we can and reinforce the structure.
I believe the collapse was due to overstrain on the structural integrity fields.
Possibly either overstraining the structural integrity fields or weakening from plasma fires. Either way, we need to get out there and work bees and reinforce the hull.
All right, if you're using work bees, we'll need to come to a full stop anyway. I'll head up to the bridge and coordinate with Khan. Cadet Fazan, bring the remaining documents to Captain Penn's office. There's an authorization he needs to sign off for civilian deployments.
Aye, sir.
Oh, and by the way, Ven was injured. Bizon, yes!
Yeah. Probably not audible, yes. Probably, well, Thrall's back is like looking down at her comm badge and kind of talking away. Bizon in the background, fist bump.
Lieutenant, I'll see what I can do.
Oh, no.
How tragic, anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I'll cut the call with Arlen and head up to the bridge.
So you're heading up to the bridge. You're sending Bizon after Pend.
It's an attack cadet.
It's an attack cadet. Ryloff, you had poked over to the holodeck, I believe, to check on your probe.
But yeah, well, not my probe.
Oh, you stole it. That's 9/10 of the law, right?
Commandeered.
Commandeered. Yeah, the holodeck program is active.
Is the probe?
You don't see the probe?
Didn't they program it into the holodeck to know where that thing was?
Yeah, you're gonna look it up on the computer. You're gonna ask the computer, where is it?
Oh, yeah, and it's gonna be
Reason?
complicated because the damn thing's broken.
Yep. Reasonable science assistant. Oh, it'd be security because you'd be doing an internal scan. Security difficulty would be 1. Now diff 3. Assistant science plus security.
God.
So I was wondering if the sensor could be fixed. Well, depending on what you fix first, certain things will be easier, certain things will be harder.
Reason?
Yeah, you're doing a scan. That's a reason roll. I'm sorry, your Mark 1 eyeball can't see through holographic deck plating.
And if you alter the program so that the deck plating is see-through.
Oh,
No.
that sounds like a control science roll.
Yeah.
Assisted by the computer.
No. Okay,
Also
so
dangerous.
I have the
Right line
paranoid
your eye.
trait still.
Say again, Ryloff.
I
Sorry.
have the paranoid trait still.
I will let it reduce your your difficulty. I'll up your complication because that's
Okay.
a good excuse to make it harder as well. Harder, more complicated. So.
It's a balancing act.
And I spent because it shouldn't do both. Like I don't get to do both.
Yeah.
Either
Constantly
it's a good thing
watching
or a bad thing.
to detect danger or hidden enemies, and this fucking thing's not friendly.
No, you guys didn't make this thing. Oh, the drone. Yes.
Yeah, the program's friendly. The drone itself is not.
Yeah.
We haven't reprogrammed it. That might be next at this point. Like, eh.
Ooh, I know what to do.
Besides, if it's been working in the program, then we've probably got some data on it that will help us understand it. Whatever. So it's a diff 1 now. That's something. I'll give you a threat. We'll use. I mean, I've got a paranoia focus. Or investigative techniques. Either or.
What was the first one?
Paranoia.
I'll take investigative techniques.
Yeah. Ooh. Well, good thing I used the threat to get a. I've got bolt security. There we go. That was a diff 1. So we made 3.
You detect it. It's hovering around inside the program.
Okay, now to find the damn thing. Well, I mean, I know where it is. I need to go get it. I'm guessing it's hovering around means it's actually active.
Oh, you do notice there's one thing about it.
Oh.
It seems to have activated a secondary battery and has replicated itself a disruptor pistol.
What the fuck?
I think
Okay.
a self-aware drone.
That is. Oh.
Who builds a replicator into a surveillance drone?
That's LCR. That seems like
Yeah,
a stupid fucking question,
I was
cadet.
gonna say, yeah, you know what? You know what? Yeah, stupid question. Tell Shion,
Ah.
duh.
But the program itself seems to be acting as intended still.
Seems to be, yeah.
Okay. Oh, we need the space, so time to find this fucking thing. Yeah. Security detachment, please. Superpower.
Oh yeah, that's your roll superpower.
Yeah, I have that. I've never used it. Not as
When would
Ryloff,
it-
anyway.
When would it ever come up?
We haven't really done much internal security yet.
Yep, you're welcome.
Yeah,
These
being
guys
operative word.
security, and they are armed.
Yeah. Okay. Now, we know where the thing is. Yeah. Okay, is that in like a vent or something, or is that just in that room at the moment?
It's in that room. It's hiding from you.
Okay. It's a small drone. It's meant to go through fucking tiny holes and all of that to escape and evade. So first order of business getting into the room is lockdown of that section. Any small hole, basically force field it off.
That is... Wait, what? Hold on. I have to look this up. Huh.
Computer just changed the
No.
structure of the room?
Oh, you're...
I mean, yeah, I'm not trying to... It's a report they'll get in a year, but I don't want them to be incredibly over-suspicious about it. If we give them, if they get that report and they have reason to disbelieve things about the Achilles that they've been shown through this program, and we can avoid it, then we should avoid it.
That's how that works. Okay. All right. So I just have to look up how internal containment fields work. Because it's been a while since someone's just just trapped someone inside the ship. Reason plus security, difficulty of 5, assisted by structure plus security. Would be easier, but this thing, you do know that this thing, if you don't time it right, it will notice you're trying to put up the shield. You're trying to contain it. It'll zip out from the room. So you're trying to set it up so it goes in instantaneously as a quick flash, as opposed to a slow build up like Starfleet's used to doing.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
Diff goes down to 4 because you do have your team with you.
Yeah. More hands means more buttons can be pressed. God damn it.
Complication acting up.
The LARP is real.
It's reason security to put up force fields.
I'm gonna
Not
double
like
check. I'm pretty sure that's correct.
Control or...
It is reason because you're scanning which
God damn it.
things are. You're trying to figure out where it goes. So even if it does get past the first force field, it'll run into the next one.
What we need to do is create an internal security chief with constant presence for you.
Just a force field guy. What's
Pretty
his value?
much.
I make force fields.
I make things stop.
It's a ship led by Packlets. Anyway.
Yes.
Make ship go. Make bad guy stop.
I mean, on the plus side, their values are very easy to write.
That's not to do that. That's not for that. Okay.
Though admittedly, Packlets are a little problematic.
Slightly.
The more you think about it.
Okay. Well, I mean, tactical systems focus, yeah.
Yep. Mr. Chief of Security.
Yeah.
I hate to point this out. Since this is a tactical station thing, normally you'd be doing this from the bridge. So you have to override from the holodeck, because that's where you are currently. And that increases the difficulty back up to 5.
We need to get
Unless
you a constant presence officer on the bridge.
It's just easier to open the door and shoot the damn thing at this point.
That's an option.
Paranoia does not permit this. Oh. Okay. Sorry, I was trying to say something there, and my throat was trying to kill me. Defector trait in terms of knowing basic evasive patterns that this thing is likely to take.
Yeah, that's fair. Back down to Div 4.
Okay, I've got paranoid for whichever direction that goes in. If it does anything at all in this case.
Yeah, because you're accounting for the rare instance of it just bum rushing straight at you. Which most drones wouldn't do, but you're paranoid enough to go, just in case.
No, it replicated a disruptor.
I mean, if you want to argue against paranoia, yeah, I mean,
No,
I'm
that was
listening.
saying it replicated a disruptor.
Yeah.
Rushing you. So what is that, diff 3 now?
Yes.
Okay.
No, it replicates a bat lip.
2 momentum, 1 threat. There we go.
And a force field. Thing bangs against the force fields. It shoots at them. Buzz, 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 buzz. And then eventually it tries to find somewhere to hide, not knowing that you can sense it.
Okay.
Actually, I know what it's going to try to do.
Hmm.
It powers up and fires a strong blast against this door. It tries to knock out the door and the force field in one go. Good luck, little drone, because he's not going to let you do something else here in a second.
Yeah, no.
Here you go, drone. You can do it. I believe in you.
The little spy drone net code.
As the bridge security console is presently reading disruptor fire on the ship.
Oh no, little drone.
Well, it hit.
Did it complicated as well?
Yeah, that's not good for it. It succeeded, so there's that. I only needed, so I get 2 threat from that. Roll damage for your pea shoot. Well, it's a disruptor pistol. It's not complete garbage. Kind of was hoping you weren't going to roll so crap though, and it doesn't get 3 roll because it's a drone. It's not sentient or anything.
And
So
it's
it doesn't
got
have
no
values or
direct
anything.
control either. It's just
Yeah, it's just
programming
it's just
at the moment.
yeah. Where are the weird? There it is. Yeah, it's just yeah. Okay, so it'll be that plus that, which puts it to that. So that's duh. Spend 1 to reroll fails. Actually, I'll reroll that 1 as well. I'm trying to get 2s. I need to do as much damage as possible because the ship's resistance is coming into this. So
Good luck.
well, thankfully it's the first 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Nope.
I've got a resistance of 8.
1, 2, 3. It did 3 damage to the shield systems. Zort, your turn.
Zot.
As you get a security alert, internal shields are being attacked by a disruptor fire. Warning, there's a disruptor fire in the holodeck. Warning, there's a disruptor inside the holodeck. Eventually, when your security guy just hits the button and goes, got it. So it doesn't keep beeping at you because you already know it because you can hear it.
Okay.
Good try, little drone.
Yeah.
Sensors detect that the drone's disruptor melted.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
More probably like an assassination type weapon.
Yeah.
You're only supposed to get off a couple shots.
See if we can get the captain.
Wait, that couldn't have breached us.
Hmm. It didn't breach you.
No, but it couldn't have.
You got all 2s,
No.
and then I spent threat.
Well, yeah, you'd have to spend extra threat, but just on dice it couldn't.
I mean, I could have spent for piercing, but it rolled a complication, so I thought it was funny.
Yeah.
But if it rolled awesome, I was gonna let it pierce through and blow up the shield. But
Oh,
with the
God.
complication, that didn't make sense.
Yeah.
Its weapons down and it's floating in the open, so it's just a open stun it and done.
You will need to. It won't cost you any movement to get there, so you spend a minor to get the shields to drop briefly, and you're firing to hit it. Control plus security, difficulty of 1 because you do have your security team with you.
Small arms focus.
Yep,
One of those.
it's great for T-Rexes.
Yeah. Yeah. 1 threat. It was diff 2 still, right?
Yep.
Double diff 1.
Oh, sorry, diff 1. Diff 1 because of the security guys behind you.
I'll give you a threat just because being safe is nice. There we go. And reroll. We like momentum here. Okay. So we've got 2 float, which I might end up needing here.
Roll damage. It has resistance. Not that much.
Holy shit, phaser.
Did you blow it up? Hold on.
I hope not.
Can he re-roll the 2s?
Yeah, really?
You can reroll dice that succeeded well, but you get to know the result first. So before we do that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9's not enough to kill it. So yeah, it's enough to stun it though. So Zort, and it drops to the ground.
It doesn't outright die.
Yeah, you just fried it for a second, so it's stunned.
Spend 2 to knock it out for an extended period of time.
That's fair.
Yeah. Because Telshiar shit is. Okay, let's get this bitch locked up and get this holodeck repurposed for additional medical space.
Aye, sir. New scene. Whoops. Nope. Wrong one. Try again, friend. There we go. Once again, we returned back to the conference room properly, with Cadet Vazan striding in to the presence of Morkop and Pend, trying to figure out how they're going to prevent 20% of the Klingon warrior population from racing to Stovacor.
If Morkop fails, would that be dishonorable enough that he also needs to race off?
That is up to him. That's between him and his ancestors. I'm not going to tell him how to follow his beliefs.
It's Klingon lemmings.
Klingon lemmings. God.
Oh,
That's just perfect.
Yeah, once one goes off the cliff, the others just have to go.
Now that's a myth presented by a entertainment company out of Frankenar. They just got a bunch of Klingons to do it all at once for a lot of money.
Clemmings.
Lemmings.
Clemmings, God. So, Morkop and Pend, what are you doing as Vazan strides in?
I would be.
What have you been doing? A better way to put it.
Yeah. I would have been reaching out to the Klingons aboard the Achilles and the Maymok, talking to them about not committing ritual suicide, that there's future honour in returning and fighting another battle, that when they return to Oda, or when we return back, that type of thing. Just live to fight another day.
Mm-hmm. But you must understand, Captain, that we recently failed our War Master in open battle against these Aldemona. And then, in the face of the enemy, with the fleet behind us, with allies at our back, we were defeated yet again. But we did not merely fail our War Master. That dishonor is great enough. But greater still, we failed our Zhou. How can we ask these Klingons to press on?
I want to suggest that they have a final duty before they can leave this world in securing the ascension or security of the next show, implying that, you know, with the War Master dead or likely dead, and some special thing, you know, in turmoil, they have a duty before they can die to assure the house doesn't fall.
Presence plus command or con. Opposed. You're basically going against the you're trying to convince particular Klingons to convince their fellows, hey, because you're not trying to talk to guys who want to do it, you're talking to guys who might be able to talk them out of it.
Would you
And
take
they're
the
letting-
value? Would you take the value warrior subgutta officer of Starfleet?
I would.
Because if I was only one of those things, I would be fine with them doing this.
Yeah.
I think that's all I got.
I mean, you should probably want the presence command guy to take point on this one, but
I think I'll be fine. Yeah, with the determination, and then I'll give you 2 momentum. It's 5 successes.
am I assisting?
Yeah, you totally can.
Diplomacy?
Yeah. That was 3 hits. That was pretty close for 2 dice.
Yeah.
Well, you bought, but still, it's just funny. They almost tied the regular roll.
Yeah.
So yeah, you are able to, after prolonged talking with various people who can talk to the right people, you're able to present your argument to press on. Morkop hinting at something that seems to really push them over back off the brink. And then they say something that the universal translator doesn't quite catch, and then they cut communication.
What about those of us who speak Klingonese?
Oh, I'm about to message you what he said.
Uh-oh.
Has someone decided they're Zhou now?
Good job, Winchester.
Oh, god damn it!
Good job, Winchester.
I'm gonna look at pinned, and I'm gonna say, unless we act now, House Subgita will fall. We have to go over to the ship now, and you need to do what Picard once did.
Fucking Winchester. Right, I'm going over to the Maymock.
I'll explain the entire order of succession on the way over, including the glaive, and then the glaive is there. with particular importance to the fact that without a lore singer, it'll just evolve into a brawl until there's only one left standing,
Fucking
and that
Christ.
none of the people on that ship are actual legitimate claimants. They're all second cousins of people.
Brilliant.
We
Well,
cut to the bridge.
I hope you might want to grab a sword or something first, Pinned, or
I have a
gun.
weapon.
Okay, just a suggestion.
New scene. So at this point, all of you are on the same clock now. All of you have done your thing, and now you're all on the same time. At this point, Ven, you've woken up in medbay. You're cleared for duty because, frankly, they tell you you can move, get out of the bed, and you're practically pushed out of the room as the medbay is packed with people.
Did someone get the number on that bulkhead? Ow.
Yeah, yours. I'd love if it was just Ven's quarters that fell on him. That was what the deck above was.
That's what he gets for putting all those Lego machines everywhere.
So am I basically being asked to go over to the main mark to claim the fucking spear?
No,
y-
you're asked to go over to the Maymock to resolve the succession crisis, and if need be, like, help decide who the new Zhou is.
Lieutenant Shishir looks over to Thralic. Commander?
Nod.
Still maintaining maximum warp back to nearest point of Federation space.
Estimated arrival date, Lieutenant?
A couple decades, give or take a week.
All right.
I still need to have a meeting with Lieutenant Arlen about how we're going to find a way to speed this up or pull off some strange nonsense.
Agreed. I just got off the call with the lieutenant, though, and I think that a few days sitting still affecting repairs would probably be to our overall benefit.
Hey, Throg, do you have ESP?
Yes, I do.
Would you like to give me a threat?
I would.
Stopping's a bad idea right now. You get a feeling you don't know the whole picture.
Okay, interesting. And
Was that like halfway through speaking,
Throlix?
your fucking antennae twitch?
Yeah, no, that was Throlix antenna like convulse briefly, and Shastrir will have sensed that. Just with like Andorian ability to sense motion and stuff.
Commander, are you all right?
Never mind, don't stop. I'll sort it out with Arlen.
Aye, sir.
I don't know what, but it's important.
Any other orders, Commander? Can't hear you at the moment. You might be muted.
Oh, Caval? Your microphone's lighting up briefly. There we go. That was a sound.
Sorry, I forgot that I was not push to talk. Also, Commander.
Yeah, Throlic.
Commander Thralic, because Thralic was saying something and then cut out.
Oh, I thought you were talking to me.
I will be talking to you in a moment, Doctor. You are a busy doctor. You have... actually, you know what? This sounds like a good time to transfer over to the medical bay.
I just hunted down a Telshar drone to give you more medical space. You're welcome.
So, if I could find my medical
Hang
bank,
on,
there it is.
I'm not in the game yet. Give me 1 second. Oh
Discord
boy.
froze on me.
There we go. I'm back.
Oh, here. We'll have you have your moment there for a second as we cut
Yeah.
back to the doctor. Yeah, that's right.
Dying. Sorry.
Welcome to the club.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
So,
heard.
so here's the situation at the moment, Doctor. So as you may or may not know, the ship basically got, as they say, yeeted straight up out of the Milky Way. You are at max speed according to your medical ensign who went to the morning meeting. You are basically 20 light years away from Federation space.
No, not light
no,
years.
not light years.
20
Maximum
years.
warp
Travel
I was
years.
gonna say, I was like, oh,
Travel
that's not that bad.
No, 20 warp years.
20 warp years, yes. But at max speed, it'll take you 20 years to get back. Currently, the senior staff are trying to figure out how to do that. There's damage across all of the ship, and basically
We
all
got
of.
Voyagered?
Yes.
No!
Yeah.
Voyager got to be near stars. You're in intergalactic space.
There is nothing out here.
I was gonna say, what does that mean? Okay.
Like we're closer than Voyager was, but there's nothing out here for us to.
That we know of.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that's true.
And our
Thank you.
sensors are damaged.
Yeah, you're basically damaged across all decks.
Oh,
and
so
you
we won't know about it. Good.
no, you will. You will know a fitness medicine roll difficulty of 2, because all of yesterday, from when the ship got into a combat with the Aldemona, and then got shunted out of the galaxy, that's a ship rated to go X amount of speed for X amount of time, going way too fast. The fact you didn't fly apart's a miracle. Unfortunately, that still means lots of stuff broke, and it means lots of people got hurt. Now, all the main characters managed not to get hurt, but that still leaves you with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of Starfleet officers, as well as a bunch of injured Klingons. So you basically been spending all day and somewhat into the night working your ass off trying to get everyone on their feet, or at least not taking up a bed. And you maybe had, and even as the narrative has shown, your character was still busy into the next, like woke up and immediately had to go to the med bay and couldn't go to the meeting because you were just swamped. And now this is a fitness medicine roll to see how stressed out how fatigued you are from having to push so hard.
Cool. Get throw this out here. Disaster medicine and/or pain management.
I'll take pain management. You are kind of looking after yourself.
Okay. I don't want to nerf myself, but I do have to point out the chronic pain thing.
I will increase your complication range by 1.
KKK. That's the wrong thing to say. Don't say that. Okay. On stream. Cool. Good for me. Let's do bold medicine, I guess. Give you 1. What's the difficulty?
2.
2? I should really, spend to up my medicine, maybe. I mean, 4 is good, but it's not Efric's good,
I mean, it's not winning Nobel Peace Prizes or anything.
Hey, I got a medal for research, even.
That's true.
Well, okay.
Well, you made it. You're not fatigued.
Oh yes.
So you in the following day, the reason why your character hasn't been, they've been looking for medical people, but your character has been busy. It's like, hey, can we have a person? I can't. I'm going from one surgery to the next surgery to the next surgery. Then I have to talk to a Klingon doctor, walk him through his surgery, then another surgery. And you finally have a second to just get back to the primary medical bay because, frankly, let's see, holodecks are being changed into rooms. And here's the great bit: you have tons of injured people, but both ships are medical grade 1. So you both of your medical facilities are as big as this. So you have to kind of like commandeer surrounding rooms and decks, which is not ideal. Thankfully, you've gotten some extra aid from the other departments, care of the captain, who has basically called upon all medical trained staff to jump in and help take some of the load off the medical team. But then, when it rains, it pours. You suddenly have an influx of new injured people in your primary medical bay, specifically Cadet Ben and a bunch of engineers.
I mean, to be fair, we've never had to use it, but we have prepped other spaces for this exact, well, not this exact, but similar situations that then didn't come to fruition. So we've basically been running training drills.
Shit. So you step when you step into your office, you see Cadet Ben and Cadet Kobuk stepping out of the surgery room.
I feel like I shouldn't be surprised that there's a bunch of engineers. Like, that's just a Tuesday.
Yeah. We apologized to you earlier because Zeft was almost among them.
Yeah, I wondered about that because I was like, oh no, who died? My character or my son?
And we're sitting here worried that Efforts was going to strangle Arlen for putting him in danger.
Oh, not Arlen, but she might actually try to punch Pind, which would not go well, I don't think.
Yeah, Grennan would have to hold her back.
I think Pind could take a punch from Efforts.
Oh no, I know, but it wouldn't stop Grennan from trying to hold her back.
Okay. Cadets, are you hurt?
Yes, but I don't think that's gonna get me out of having to continue working. Ow. Luxury we can't afford and all that.
You hear disruptor fire and sword fighting happening in exam room 3 and 1.
Oh.
Fucking Winchester.
You're in combat now.
Hey, this is not my fault.
We're blaming you anyways.
Okay, sword fighting is one thing. How much phaser fire am I hearing, and which room has more?
Insight plus security, difficulty 2. I won't take your turn for that. I'll just let you roll that.
Oh no.
Hang on, I might.
Paranoia as a focus.
Increase your comp range by 1. Oh, as a focus. Sorry, I forgot you don't have the trait.
I don't have the trait. I have the focus. Okay.
The focus would apply.
My insight security is 13.
Mine's 12.
Okay. And what's your security score? Because you have a focus.
2.
Okay, mine. I don't have a focus, but so maybe you should lead this one, or maybe I should lead this one. I don't know.
I was like a combat medic, so you know.
Yeah, you can lead this one.
I had to do a little bit.
Can I assist?
Just reset.
Hey, good job.
Nat 1. Spend that and one more to quash that. Awesome.
I'll be right back. 1 second.
I will take that. Yeah. basically an entire deck collapsed on us.
Cool.
And if you scroll up a bit, you'll see where we took.
Oh my god. Yeah. I see
7
it.
7 challenge dice, intense area, and vicious, applying to multiple zones. He spent 18 threat to make that happen.
And back. I heard 18 threat.
Or did it take some for Caval turning up?
Well, say again?
Did it take any threat for Caval turning up?
No, I had not. 313.
I'm not going to shortchange her.
No, I straight up forgot. I thought but for some reason I thought I had. I'm like, wait, no, I didn't. My threat count's wrong. Ha.
Gross.
This guy goes down. And then this guy goes down.
It would be so glorious if it wasn't endangering killing all of us.
Doctor, suggest flooding the exam rooms with anestazine.
Don't know if we have protocol for that on this ship. We did on the Kismet.
You could totally do it. It would be, just so you know the difficulty, it would be daring plus medicine, because it is kind of short order. Assisted by structure plus medicine.
No.
Which is not good right now.
Difficulty would normally be 2, but because structure is damaged, the difficulty goes up by 2 to a total of 4. And I'll inform you that the anesthetine gas would not be an instant knockout. There's actually damage dice involved with inhaling toxic gases.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's non-lethal toxic gas, but
yeah.
Okay.
Are there? Because we've pulled from other departments. Are there security guys?
Sure. For one momentum, one threat, you could have a security detail show up, or if you want to use up some of your crew support with littles left, you can pull in.
We've got none.
Huh? Oh, you're out. Never mind. You can pull in a security detail for 1 and 1, which gives you an advantage on security checks.
It's probably worth it.
So 1 and 1.
I mean, my first thought is to just go in and yell at them, but
and hilariously, you can. You are informed by your medical staff. Whoops, got that backwards. Oop. You can enlist the aid of Subgita warriors who aren't taking part in this melee, who are trying to maintain order, and for an additional 1 momentum and 2 threat, you can have an additional security detail of Klingon warriors who aren't part of the fighting. They're just here to aid your security.
That sounds like a good call.
Yeah, they might listen to them more than they'd listen to us.
Yeah, you don't have doctor's orders anymore, do you?
I do not.
So would you like to summon some Klingon security?
They are, what do you call it? Effect 4 or whatever. Or I guess they're effect 3 now because of the battle.
So in the Klingon game, some of their guys have extra quality. So if you hit while they're helping you, they give you bonus 3 momentum on a security roll because they're very high quality warriors.
I mean, it seems like it'd be worth it, don't you think, Ben? Because I don't know about you. I don't know about Ben, but Kaval is not a warrior.
Like, I'll admit, I have a not too terrible control security score, but I also have a crummy little phaser type 1.
With all these
I mean,
swords, you probably want to have a daring security, not a control security.
I have
I
no
mean, I
idea.
have both. My control
Yeah.
and my daring are the same. My fitness sucks though, and so if I get hit, I'm in trouble.
Yeah, although with a phaser though, Winchester, you can wide area stun a bunch of folks.
I'm busy hunting a
I
drone.
mean,
at
they'll
the moment,
ignore the
aren't I?
first 3, but yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah, I've already paid.
Okay.
yeah.
Right, I'm still busy hunting a drone somewhere.
Pay the piper.
You could arrive here if someone calls for you. Because there's fighting all across the ship among the Klingons.
Yeah.
Except amongst the Sigittaleth. They are too disciplined to fall to such petty concerns.
Someone probably approaches them and tries to start something and it's immediately fucking dealt with. Nah.
Just
You
get
started it,
bodied.
we finished it.
I also don't think they're on this ship, right? They're on the Maymok.
Who?
The Subgitalith. Because when we originally had the battle, the explicit orders were for them to be on the Maymok, while the Temple Guard were the ones that were dispersed across the fleet.
But at the meeting, you guys called in. That's what that advantage you discovered was, that you can pull in Sigittaleth warriors.
Oh, okay.
So there's a few.
That's
of
why
them.
it costs one. That's part of why it costs 1 and 2, is because you're calling in fairly heavy guys to come in and deal with the problem. So the combat turn sobers resides with Kobuk, Ven, and Koval, with two security detail advantages. So the difficulty of any security task you do is at -2 difficulty.
Cool. My first thought is to split them and have one detail on each room.
You could do that. Basically, one person benefits from the team, another person benefits from the other team.
Mm-hmm. What do you think, Ben?
That sounds good to me.
Not that I would
First.
put the cadet in charge of that if you weren't a hero character.
Probably narratively, you're more like Cadet, go with them, and he's helping them out.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
He's actually way more helpful than anyone thought he'd be.
Yep.
So who's going first is the question. Who's going to engage the Klingons first?
I mean,
I guess me, because I actually have a decent security score.
Exam room 1 or exam room 3?
Exam room 3. Why not?
yeah,
Okay.
that's where I was gonna send you with the Klingons because I feel like the meatball is better.
All right. You have a actually, they have phaser. They have disruptors too. So what's Ven doing? What does he suggest to the brave Sigittaleth warrior? What's the best strategy here?
Best strategy would be, I'd say, do your best to rush them, restrain.
All right. That sounds like daring security opposed. Because you have this group with you, you don't have to do a roll for each individual one. You're doing one for, you're basically squad versus squad sort of thing, but it's your role because it's your idea.
Yeah, although it doesn't matter because it's the same stat for me. It's the same total for me either way. I'd assume this is a grapple, so I think that'd be fitness security.
Pulling open the book because I'm fairly certain you have to hit them first.
Because it's it's
Page number. Don't read it off at me.
no. It's not in the core. It's in the ops book as well.
Aha. I remember. Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those special maneuvers that specifically you grapple them, and it's specifically opposed fitness because they wanted to give fitness more to do.
Well, that's what a good GM's for. Just use other things. Da, 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 da. Yep. Okay. Yeah. Be fitness security. You're right. Because it's if you're just grabbing them by the arm and just keeping them from moving around and stuff, it's caring. But if you're trying to like joint lock, immobilize sort of thing, it's fitness. Go figure.
Yep. Uh-huh.
All right. You have a fitness security roll. Opposed, you have one free hit because you're helping. You're helping the Klingons capturing people.
Okay. 1 threat, 2 momentum.
I'll spend that 1 threat and 2 threat back.
Okie doke. Here we go. Oh, this is gonna be so bad. Oh.
Between you and the Klingon left, you are able to get them restrained. There is a bonus, 3 momentum floating out there?
How much float?
3.
Oh, then I can just spend 2 of that floating to quash the comp.
Okay. Would you like to keep the initiative, or would you like it to go to the Klingons in exam room 1?
It would be 1 momentum, 1 threat, or would I have to spend 2 threat?
You can do 1 momentum, 1 threat if there's momentum out there, which you do have because of bonus. Yep, you could do that.
Yep. Okay. 1 momentum, 1 threat. Caval, you're up.
All right, Doctor, what do you want the security to do? Caval?
I just realized that I was talking and not using push to talk. So my first instinct is to try to scold them into behaving, but I feel like that's an efforts thing. I don't think Cobell is as good at that.
They're also Klingons. They probably would not be as receptive
I don't know.
to
I feel like
specifically a Romulan telling them
yeah,
to knock it off.
yeah. Yeah, that was my thought too. I don't think it would work, but that is my first instinct. To me, the person.
I don't know. I found that doing the the grapple worked pretty well.
What is it? It's
Fitness security.
Fitness
Opposed.
security opposed. Because then you don't have to roll damage and try to actually affect their stress. You're just restraining them.
Yeah, but I have a fitness security of 10. Would fall under do no harm, no. I mean, we can try it. I think you're right. I think it's the fastest if it works. So it's fitness
Like-
security opposed.
Yeah.
Boy, I miss doctor's orders. Not that I ever used it the way it was supposed to work anyway.
So how many dice you giving me, Doc?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out if I have a focus. I don't
Also-
think I do.
Might you have a value?
Yeah, I was thinking about that. Because I feel like either well, no, I feel like do no harm, even if ordered, taking the least violent route might apply. Maybe.
I'd take it, yeah, because you're trying to restrain them. You're even going out of your way not to use drugs to knock them out. You're just getting them restrained.
Yeah.
Because these guys are injured. Like, they do have, like, non-lethal injuries or some stress, and they decided they are awake enough to fight each other.
Because of course they are. I don't think I have a focus. And I feel like chronic pain is gonna bite me in the ass here. They have reach, but we have flexibility. Sorry. Okay. So I'm spending a value.
Okay.
Let's do then that would mean 4 stress to get it up to 4 dice. Or sorry, not stress. 4 threat to get it up to 2 extra dice.
5.
5? Okay. Yeah.
Okay, you have 1 free hit because you do have a security detail with you.
Don't get that back. Okay. I have yet to get my veteran back in this game.
You're not chanting Varder like a cultist.
Yeah, that's what Oda does.
Yeah, that's what the Subcuta game does.
I mean,
It works.
It tastes awful, and it works.
well,
I'm not hearing a no.
Is that effectively 7 for us?
And they're able to get the Klingons restrained with your help.
How many did you hit, Corby?
200. I'm just being nice. No. 2. Yeah, 2. Wait, no, these are these idiots. No, I only got 1.
Kowal just like takes out people at the ankle.
Kobach looks around, confused for a second, like, But you fall out of combat as your both your security details are able to get control of the med bay.
I like the idea of it was just like the extra security guys that have field medicine that were like just helping.
They're probably just coming in to go, okay, we're here to help. Oh God. So the two of you return to the lobby area as those rooms are being sorted.
Looks like they have it under control.
As Caval leaves the room, she probably mutters something about being so undisciplined.
And I gotta, what kind of general emotional vibe did I get off of those Klingons?
Excitement.
Yep. Well, they were certainly excited to probably have a nice, honorable fight. That's what they do.
Give me insight security difficulty 2 to get a bit more detail on that.
Okey-doke. I'll spend a momentum on that. Why not?
Not in my med bay, they don't.
Even a Klingon doctor would be annoyed. It's like, guys, take the fight outside, please.
Yeah.
I'm busy.
You might spill the blood wine. Get out.
Yeah.
The medical blood wine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, sure, it tastes like crap, but it's the reason you don't die from infection, so stop spilling it. Don't drink it.
Crap blood wine anyway.
Yeah. Do you want to kill one of your livers? So no, with the insight security, you get the feeling that it isn't just excitement, it's almost an intense fervor, like they're part of a war.
Doctor, something real weird's going on with these Klingons.
They're
think.
Klingons. They're always weird.
No. I mean, yeah, sure, they were excited to fight, but there was something more behind their emotions in the heat of the battle. It was a fervor. Like they were fighting for something.
Doesn't seem they were trying to take the ship. They were fighting each other. So, is there something I'm missing here?
Well, if it's Klingons, it could be some kind of internal struggle. That's not good.
Need to play some Inya stat.
We should probably report this to oh jeez. We should probably report this to the lieutenant, Rylov.
If everyone on the ship doesn't already know. If the injured ones are fighting like this, I can't imagine.
I could do it, Doctor. As he looks like he wants to hit his comm badge and then realizes he's not allowed to just calm people. He's a cadet.
Oh,
Buddy.
Also, he was racing Ven because he didn't want Ven to beat him to do it. Gotta be a go-getter if you want good grades. Eyes on the prize. What? Someone has to beat Mr. Straight A's over here?
Yeah, it's Zeft.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's
I think we're ignoring the obvious Ven's rival not in the room.
No, it's Zeft.
The GM
Person's
tried to kill
picking the
Zeft and almost ended up killing Ben instead. I think that speaks to Zeft's superiority.
um. I don't know what he's up to, right?
No. Last you heard from the medical ensign that was up there, he was heading off to the holodeck for something.
Okay.
That was a while ago.
Yeah.
Do you know where he might be, Doctor?
Cadet Ven, aren't you aware that in the advanced age that we now live in, there's this thing called an LCARS, which keeps track of various members of the staff. You merely need to query the computer, and it tells you where offices are.
Yes, Kobuk. Yes, I know.
Yes, but if Rylov doesn't want to be found, he won't be.
Why would he hide from us? That seems very dishonest.
Well, they're going at that. Ven's gonna walk over to an LCARS and says, "Computer, please give me the location of Lieutenant Rylov."
So where was Rylov heading to again? I lost track of him.
Okay, so we were setting up that holodeck for emergency medical.
Oh, so he didn't leave the holodeck area.
I'm assuming that pretty much the medical staff's overworked at the moment, so they didn't really have anyone to spare to run over there and set up the program. Right, so it's probably just it's saying holodeck active or computer activate this. It's not that hard.
Lieutenant Rylov is at holodeck B12.
Huh. He's at one of the holodecks, just like you said.
It's almost like he told you where he was going to be and
Yeah.
briefing.
I thought you were being sneaky. Not gonna lie. Which is why I was like hemming and hawing about contacting you because I didn't want to give away your position.
Well, Doctor, you.
Wait, sorry. I have to hit the stop button. Retcon. I forgot about something. So did all of us because we're not used to the ship being damaged. Cadet Ben,
yeah.
reason plus security. Difficulty 2. Thankfully, because it's diff 0 to find a person who's wearing his comm badge and not hiding. So I didn't even think to have you roll. I was like, oh wait, everything's harder. Everything.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Stupid.
Have fun.
Spend a momentum.
He doesn't even need to try and hide.
Oh my god.
Oh.
It just says he's in a holodeck, not which specific one.
Hang on.
Well, he got it. Just a complication so far.
God dang it. 1 momentum, 1 threat, spending 2 threat to quash.
Momentum.
Oh, yeah, sorry, 2 momentum to quash. Yeah.
Yeah, but you do in fact learn where Rylov is, because there's this brief moment where you have to fight with the computer for a second to figure out where he was, because the computer's damaged.
Okay. Nice. Awesome. So, back to that. Doctor, you're clearly super busy with everything here. Do you want me to go and inform the lieutenant?
Or you could use your comm badge.
Just everyone's giving him shit.
Kovacs just being him. Well,
Yeah, I was gonna say he's not even really being mean. He's just like that's true.
He's just stating things that are true, but his voice just sounds like that.
Condescending.
It's amazing. It's always been like that, though.
Yeah.
Benzite condensate dialect, as it were.
Right.
No, I'm Kobuk.
Then
Vin, Cadet Vin, can you look into seeing, checking out and seeing if, there's fighting in the corridors? Kobuk, reach out to, Lieutenant Rylov. Let him know that, we have the situation at Medbake under control, but that there has been a situation.
Can I call back to Lieutenant Rylov?
This is Lieutenant Rylov.
We had a situation in primary medical bay of the Klingons trying to murder each other due to some intense fervor or some such. Wanted to inform you of the situation due to the orders of Dr. Lieutenant Kaval, and advise possibly looking into other possible security issues. Yes, I think that's everything. He nods at the doctor.
Understood. We've just got a holodeck. What was it, B12? Did you say that? What number was
B12, yes, that is where you are, Lieutenant.
it? It's me asking you because I'm sick. Go away. It is set up with an emergency medical program. I know you can use the space.
Oh.
Might be worth splitting up Klingons that are not trying to fight each other. Or into groups that are not trying to fight each other, rather.
Did you want me to do that, Lieutenant? Seems a
That
bit
would be
beyond
something
me,
for
but
you to consult with Lieutenant Kaval, who you are in the proximity of.
Kamal actually comes over, just like, why did I do this? I'm trying to decide if she's gonna use his or she's gonna contact him herself.
Essentially just tap hers and join the conversation, yeah.
I mean, pretty much, yeah. But just like walked up and tapped his.
Doesn't even need to tap it. It's
I'm not sure that there are any Klingons that are trying to fight each other.
oh, lovely.
There didn't seem to be a clear reason for any of them to do that, and Cadet Vin stated that he got some unusual feelings.
Understood. I'm on my way to the bridge now.
You can hear the eye roll.
On my way to the bridge now. I'll get security deployments going and better reports from across the ship if there's any further occurrences.
If they're fighting if the injured ones are fighting, it's either because they're injured and it's some kind of psychological response, or they're all fighting and these ones are just injured enough that we were able to stop.
I won't pretend to understand Klingons. They do what they do. Is there anything else, Lieutenant?
Try to be careful.
I'll try. Rylov out.
Yeah. Kaval says it at almost the exact same time.
Oh yes, and Kaval.
Mm.
The coffee voice is in character as well because Corpinion made a complication of it.
Yeah, no, I rolled a complication on that fitness thing at the start, and he gave me the trait of sore throat.
Oh.
God damn it.
Oh, sorry, I went the wrong spoon. Over here.
You might have enough information now to ask Markov anything you need to ask.
Yeah. As if I'm not getting called by Panduel on the way to the bridge.
No, I'm going to handle the Klingons myself.
All right, so well, before I get all excited about checking in what's happening to the bridge, where's Penn going?
I'm going to the transporter room.
Okay, you go to the transporter room with Morcop, I presume.
Yep.
Yep, with Morcop telling me about what's needed on the Klingon vessel.
Yeah. At this point, I'm decently confident that the lore singer is dead, right? She was in the battle. That battle was lost. We saw the fleet burning.
You could make that assumption. That's not an unfair assumption.
All right, and the Zhou probably was also on the flagship and died because we don't know where he is.
We know that there was beaming from the Maymark.
Yeah, the only person who wasn't accounted for by the Klingon ship was the lore singer.
Do we know that he's alive, or do we know that he could be alive?
He could be alive.
Yeah, there's a
That
good
vessel
chance.
left the area.
Yeah. Well, that's what
As
I'm thinking. I'm thinking if we're not certain that he's alive, then Morcop is not advising you to put the fire out. He's advising you to stand as an arbiter for the succession. Like, he's not telling you, don't wait, let's find the Joe. He's saying, we don't even know if we have a Joe anymore, so do the Picard thing where you Starfleet people decide who's in charge.
We know that the intact and undamaged vessel that he was in was further away from the center of events than we were, and we survived.
No, he was
in medbay when you guys got to the fight.
Yeah, we don't actually know that he's on that ship. That's the plausible explanation. But we don't know that for sure.
But I mean, he's told us his mission before, so it wouldn't make sense for the guy to leave before accomplishing his mission.
Yeah, so
but without proof, the house can't be without a Joe.
Yeah,
and there's already a fight going on.
No,
the fight is going on because of Morcop, but Penn's going to be operating under the procedure of it's still a decent chance of Oda's still alive. He just needs to rein in the idiots.
Okay, so how do you plan to do that?
I'm going to go over to the Maymark. I'm going to try to talk them down. If that doesn't work, I'm going to do it the Klingon way.
Okay, so you go to the transporter room. You step onto the pad. You tell him, I want to beam over to the Maymark.
Doing it the Klingon way might just end up with you becoming Joe. Like, if you just if you shoot a bunch of them and then take control of the thing, I think that just makes you Joe.
I'm going to solve the issue one goddamn way or another. I've got my Ushan. Do I need anything else?
They have oxygen and stuff, so there's nothing I would say you need, but I have to ask before I beam you over.
Can I grab the a batleth from a wounded warrior? Because I don't think he has one on his.
It was you can. It would cost you. You would
yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, you could spend for one totally. Hell, you can have it replicated if you're that hard pressed.
Screw it. I'll spend
I'll
for
just
armor.
grab an available one.
Armor and shield.
All right, so armor and shield, you say? So that is a total of 6. Oh, sorry. How much momentum do you have?
3.
3. So you only have to spend.
You would need one for the batleth and one for
body armor and 1 for personal force field. So 3 of the momentum goes away. Then escalation, 1 for the armor, 2 for the shield, and 2 for the batleth. So that's 5 threat.
Could I give you one more threat and just keep a momentum?
I was
Okay.
going to ask the same thing because since we already paid the escalation, I was going to ask to get the body armor and the shield too.
Oh, I was thinking for the transport roll.
Oh.
Well, opportunity. Oh, you could spend threat instead of momentum to pay an opportunity cost.
Yeah, could I do that for one
Yeah.
just to make sure I've got enough for the transport roll?
Okay. Well,
I'm also going to give you 2 to get the 2.
so how much momentum was on the table? Because it's empty right now.
It was 3.
Was 3. So
Yeah, I'm just going to pull 1 back.
I get 1 threat.
And I'm offering 2 that we didn't spend in momentum because we didn't have momentum to pay for it.
2 for.
The opportunity cost of armor and a shield because we already
Yeah.
paid the escalation on it.
That's right. Yep. So you're all shielded up. You both have armor. Both have shields. A
I
total
mean-
like 6.
What's the
There's no-
resistance?
You both have sword, blade weapons of some kind. All right.
Okay, I can't remember what's the resistance for armor and shields.
2 and 4 respectively.
Yep.
Sweet.
But the 4 is very likely to go down in the first.
Yeah,
3
it
hits.
gets popped.
When you said shield, I was thinking y'all had invented some like hot blade thing, like y'all had an actual like Scootum or something, or like.
No, it's like shield belt.
See, I
Duranium
figured
plate.
someone on the ship just got really into a novel about the life and times of Alexander the Great or something, and went on a field day.
The noble companion cavalry.
There's probably someone in the hazard team who goes into battle, sword and shield.
Yeah.
So
That's a good towel. Send us aboard the Maymock.
I'm sorry, Captain. It seems their shields are up.
Ooh.
Pen to Thralic.
Frolic here.
Reach out to the Maymock and get him to lower the shield. I'm coming aboard.
Yes, sir.
Be a roll to raise them, isn't there? Because the communications are wonky.
You're right.
Well, how long till Rylov reaches the bridge is the question.
He arrives. We'll say he arrives now. Then you probably arrive as well.
Mhm.
Arlen,
where's
you
my cadet?
probably straight out.
I am neck deep in the ship.
Yeah.
You're off somewhere else.
Where's my security cadet? She's normally at oversight.
You're right. She normally is.
Hmm.
And I imagine Koval's still down in Med Bay trying to deal with things.
Unless somebody called me to the bridge.
Not yet. I don't think.
But
Rylov.
since I am going to check in with your character, I'm going to ask you for a presence medicine roll, difficulty of.
She's just BRB'd.
Oh no, I'm still here.
Oh.
I was going to, but then he was
Oh.
like, "I'm going to talk to you."
Presence medicine difficulty of 5 to try to deal with the mass casualty event you have in front of you.
Oh, presence?
Because you're directing a bunch of people.
Mm-hmm.
And it would normally be only like diff 3, but you have damaged computers. So
Uh-huh.
actually, I take that back.
Composure.
It'd be comms medicine. I'm wrong.
I was gonna say, so the ship is assisting then.
Composure?
Yeah, I'd take that.
That's a lot of threat. I mean, I gotta give you at least 1 for the reroll. Wait. Did I have to talk to people? Yeah. The last time the can I spend a spotlight um from the last time I played when I was a captain briefly?
You could use that. Yep. I
Yeah.
know what you're talking. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Where I had to sit in the captain's chair. Um and then spin towards the same thing respect as something you earn.
I would take that. Yep.
And then would it be getting the momentum to get 3 die, or would it be
You're right. Yep. Whoopsie. I almost gave everyone a threat. That would have been silly.
okay? First things first. Hey.
Well, you hit it. Not for the
Yeah. Whew. 0 was almost.
Yeah, you're able to make a dent in some of the injured aboard. You're starting to get a few some rooms back, and you're able to get back some of the crew. There's still a lot of people to go yet, but you're making progress. Arlen, before I click back to the bridge, what are you working on right now?
Stitching this ship back together.
You'll need to be more specific, officer.
I don't know, how much duct tape do I have?
Duct tape's terrible for repairing ships. I wouldn't advise it.
I mean, if you have enough of it, you can.
But at the
Listen, one of
moment,
my teachers was like so good with self-stealing symbol.
The only system that's been repaired so far today is the engines. Everything else is damaged.
Sure.
Well,
Our life support is dependent on it.
Whoa, butter me up a commie biscuit. Let's work on structure.
You work on structure? Excellent.
I'm guessing in from before that we still haven't gone to a full stop. Has Thralic talked to me about that?
Would you?
She's
like?
getting to it.
Okay.
She's getting to it.
Okay.
Actually, no. That's just it. Yeah, the ship hasn't come to. Oh, yeah, the ship hasn't come to a full stop.
Yeah, I asked for that, but
You probably might want to call up because you're not getting full stop and no one updated you on that.
Arlen to Thralic.
Commander Thralic here.
What's the status on taking us to a full stop?
It's not happening in the
repairs?
near future.
May I ask why?
You may.
Why are we not allowed to stop? As far as I know, we're in intergalactic space. There's not much out here.
Agreed, that's as far as I know too. However, I've learned to trust my instincts on this matter, and my instincts say we keep moving.
You missed a golden opportunity there. You may ask why. That's it.
I mean, I was going to let that one play if Arlen didn't ask. Wouldn't push that.
Well, try to be polite. You know, there's some orders that you can't question. So, Um, you know what? I have a pretty good insight myself. So yeah, I understand trusting your instincts. If y Okay, I will work around this as best I can. Thank you, Commander.
Sorry, we can't get that
Rolling out.
stop in for you, Lieutenant.
Yep. I'll do what I can and without a stopping. Rolling out.
All right, Arlen, what are you gonna do with that particular update? Vague as it was.
Uh,
God.
I don't like
I just,
it, but she's a superior or officer, and sometimes I should just look at something and know that it's wrong. So, we are going to work on helping out or getting rid of the structure breaches.
okay. That will be the end of your character. No. That will be you are looking at daring plus engineering because you're trying to repair hull breaches in a ship that's moving and you're not using a work bee, which would be the ideal way to deal with this problem. So you're dealing with you're trying to repair a building that's falling apart from the inside. It's something Starfleet has to do sometimes. They don't like it, but it's a thing you can do. They did train you how to do it. So, difficulty of 3. Complication of 3.
I mean, is Arlen taking point, or are we getting Zeph to do it again?
Zeft is under observation at the moment.
Oh,
Son of a-
He took a pretty bad hit back there.
Okay,
Hey, Arlen, do you have
Uh,
determination?
I do.
You can use that to get the talent.
Mm-hmm.
That's true. If he qualifies, which he probably does.
He
Yeah,
qualified. The cadet
qualifies.
qualified.
He'd be a wonderkind.
A determination into the value of when in doubt, duct tape. And we're gonna duct tape this hull together with the repair team lead.
Difficulty has become 13 because you're using duct tape. No. So you're taking the talent temporarily of repair team lead.
Yep.
Okay.
And yeah, this whole idea is not gonna be pretty because we're doing this silly.
Difficulty 4.
Of course. Limit pusher. I'm trying to repair a ship while it's under
That would
movement.
apply, yeah. Difficulty or complication.
Diff.
Okay.
Apply my engineering teams to engineering teams into difficulty as well.
Diff 2.
And I need to generate momentum. Let's see what my determinations is gonna get me. How about way back before the time jump? I spent the determination to create a prototype piezoelectric support strut, which is now integrated into the structure of the ship.
That's fair. Yep.
So I can use that to gain a point of determination. And let's spend that into the value. Nothing is perfect, only better than what it was.
I'll take that. Especially given what you're doing.
This is gonna be really dirty. A repair.
Glad you completed that.
All
thought.
right. I'm gonna roll 5 challenge dice to see how much threat you get,
Awesome.
because I have that metal.
I like that metal. Gets me threatened sometimes.
To be fair, it gives you threat most of the times.
Yeah. The odds are in my favor. Yes.
Son of a. All right. Well, at least I have all 5 dice,
Oh, 4 dice.
because I 4 dice plus 2. And focus in emergency
Ouch.
repairs.
Say that again, sorry?
Focus in emergency repairs.
Yeah.
And my engineering team is gonna bring down the complicate. Oh, it's
You've already
bringing down
used them.
death.
You've
Never
already
mind.
used them.
I've already used them. Didn't. Did you?
Do you need help?
Can I? All right. Boobity bobbity boo. That went well.
You technically
transactional?
making. No, the death's been
Now
rolled
Zep's under
out.
observation.
Got it.
Bold. Bold reroll.
We
There
gave
you go.
2.
Not enough.
And, well, you can spend 3 threat repeatable to repair a breach. Or you can spend some of your momentum too, I guess.
Yep.
Question before we do.
Okay.
So at 3 breaches, we're at the +2 for everything. At what stage
Right.
does that remove?
You get rid of 1 breach. At that point, you're just impacted.
Okay, so if we just spend 2 and what?
2
3
and 1
total to get
will-
rid of 1.
Yes,
So
let's-
2 and 1, you
total
can
to
get rid
get-
of 1 breach.
Yeah.
Another idea is I could spend another normal. I'll try to scrounge up a value and roll some more.
Also note that as of right now, because succeeded the repair, that penalty is gone for that system. It's just the breach is still there. So if you get hit again, it goes up to 4 and it gets reset.
Mhm.
Same with you bringing it down to 2. If you go down to 2 and I get a breach in that system, it knocks it back up to 3. You're back where you were.
So we could spend 3 and repair a totally different system.
No. It has to be the
Uh-oh.
system. It
Oh,
has to be
It has
related
to
to
be
the initial
some
roll.
I'm working on.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
hey.
I mean, if you want to try and roll for more, by all means.
Yeah, if you feel like you have another milestone,
Save it.
I think the more
The more breaches we can remove, the better it'll be in case we run into stuff while we're out here.
yeah, like whatever it is I'm sensing.
Exactly. Okay. How about the episode when we were in the broken butt shuttle and I spent determination to repair the sensors, to repair that shuttle?
Yep, if you have a milestone for that episode.
I do have a milestone for that episode.
Cool.
All right. So reroll 2.
Yes.
That was a
Oh,
bad idea.
dude.
Oh my god.
What?
What are the odds?
Are we just gonna threat dump, just like squash and fucking?
1 in 400. Why do you ask?
What you gonna do, Arlen?
Well, born in a warp core. Nope.
We're checking.
Bro, I stepped
how
up
many
for
wor-
a minute and you've got 2 more complications. What?
Yep.
Look at the draw. Or lack
All
thereof.
right. I have 4 more milestones. Uh, da, 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 da. How about a couple episodes else back where I spent a determination into warp without using subspace when we were in that anomaly that the Klingons
Yep.
lovely
I would
created.
take that. Yep.
Come on, baby, work with me.
There you go.
Okay, so how many
You need 3
determinations?
for a breach.
How many determinations did I spend? That was 3 total.
I
Somewhat
stopped keeping
like
track
that,
after a
yeah.
while.
All right, you stop counting.
So,
Okay.
you've repaired the system so far. Are you using your repair team lead ability to repair any breaches?
I spent to get the freaking thing. Um,
To what, 2 and 4?
you know what?
Because 2 and 4 are repair too.
Yep. Let's do 2 and 4, or to repair 2 breaches.
Yep. So that all said, structure has been repaired. Bridge. Hey, Frolic. So, what are you gonna do, Commander? Other than cry.
I mean, not that one. Uh, I've got too many things for that. uh, all right, so I'm sensing something that says I shouldn't stop. Um, I'm gonna try and focus on that feeling.
You want to spend another threat for a hint?
Yeah.
Whatever you do not stop.
Okay.
Something draws near. And you're
Wait, the
not
fact
out,
we're traveling at warp?
you are not outrunning it.
Bro, something draws near, just, generally threatening.
We need to get
Yeah.
the sensors up, don't we?
That's my next system.
Maybe.
That was the next
Maybe.
system I was going to prioritize.
Yeah, maybe. Uh, uh, Con, what's our present speed?
Present speed is sitting at 9.96. I dialed it down a little bit because of the structure. Although I might dial it up a bit more, but engines are still a little wonky. Actually, hold on. No, I'm wrong. We can go back to full speed. We can go to 9.975, actually.
Good, do so.
Aye, sir.
This is Bridge to Lieutenant Arlen.
Arlen here. Out.
How's she keeping together?
I'm gonna get a lot of dirty looks once we get back in dock, but she should hold together. until then.
Assuming we get to dock. Mutters Sister.
Like just kind of nod slightly. Use whatever resources you need to, Lieutenant. We need sensors up as well. And if you
Sensors was
can get us
my
back to full operating
Sensors-
capacity in terms of movement, all the better as well.
sensors was my I next system I was gonna do. Why do you need more speed?
We might.
Cadet Ven, reason plus science, difficulty of. I mean, they're not that far away. They're like here, so it's diff 2 because they're pretty
I
darn
don't
close.
like that. They're not
So-
that far away.
Sensors plus science. Well, they're in tractor range, so they're close range to you. So sensing the Klingon ship is pretty easy.
Oh, no,
Still
you
diff
meant
2
that.
because the sensors are damaged, but
Okay, you meant sensing the Klingon ship. I thought you were talking about the other thing. I was like, no.
Oh no, it's in close range. No. Okay. Take a threat.
sure.
Sensors. Sensor operations.
Yes.
There we go. 2 momentum on the board. 3 momentum on
3
the
momentum.
board. We're in danger.
Oh yeah. We're in-
Sir. The Maymok shields have dropped. No, she's come to a sir. The Maymok has left sensor range.
Not exactly
Would you like
hard
to ask
do
a
right
question,
now.
Cadet?
Yes. Yes. I would indeed like to ask a question, GM. Actually, first things first. Nope. Okay.
My hoplites are over there, GM.
No. Oh, and so is the captain.
The captain's
Care
not
about
over there
him?
yet. The captain's not over there yet.
Thankfully, their shields went up before he went over.
Yeah.
He's standing around in a transporter bay going, I wonder when they're going to hail them.
Oh,
Wait,
dear.
look, we're working on it.
Oh, I know. Okay. Did they come to a full stop because they dropped themselves out of warp, or did something make them drop out of warp? Sir, that warp bubble dispersion, that wasn't a standard slow out of warp. Something pulled them out.
All right, I'm gonna work on the sensors right now.
Commander, order to come about?
We need to know what we're dealing with first. I do not ignore an intuition that strong.
If we don't turn about now, we probably won't have the time to by the time we figured it out.
Looks like I'm heading back up to the bridge.
So I am going.
Is that correct?
I am going to calm down to the transporter room and inform the captain of what's happened.
And with that will be the end of part 1.